Ugh. Happy Wani Wednesday, my boys. My bromigos. How you doing? Check assorted media. I met a friend. Okay. Jumps over to assorted media. Yo, look at him. Look at the little guy. Hold up a sec. Display capture. Look at him. Little guy showed up for a visit at the aquarium. His name is Jackson. He's a red-crested Amazon parrot. Nice. He's not a fish though, so I mean, the aquarium's an interesting place to go, but I guess he was taking a vacation or some shit. Mr. Striker. Hello. Part of the Discord now, but what the fuck is going on with the VC? It hasn't been quiet in a damn while. I'm not gonna just drop in. It's just how the fucking VCs usually are. People are usually just chilling around in there. Your best bet if you want to like kind of get to know the place is just hop into a VC, just be muted. You don't have to talk at all. You can just chill in there. Nobody's gonna like pressure you to say anything. You can get a lay of the land that way. If you want to interact, you can use the VC's text chat. It'll be fine. At night, it tends to get a bit more populated. I mean, right now, I believe Lanny and Blue Leaf are playing Terraria, and looks like Havoc and Hayes are hanging out with them too. But yeah, don't be shy if you want to try and join up on the call. Most people are pretty cool to hang around. Been browsing Fix recently, read one called You Found Me. I now know what it means to ugly cry. Isn't it fun having emotions? Love when Mr. Creamer started the stream and said it's creaming time and creamed all over the place. Ah yes, my favorite meme. My favorite fucking meme. That fucking reminded me, that fake Jesus made me weep. Not in your chamber, unloaded. I want to work on an HK fic and I posted what I have in the Discord. Cool, glitching. Yo, Mr. White found this reading stream. You should really check it out. Jesse, don't do it! It's an E1 fic! Yapping time, guys, as always, of course. Abiotic Factors burgers must be McDonald's burgers. The shit don't rot at all. I can't recall the last time I've had a fucking McDonald's burger, man. I can't recall the last time I've had anything from McDonald's, actually, now that I think about it. Used to be maybe occasionally I get like the fries from there, but even then, like, nowadays, I don't know, I just get something else. No, Jesse, don't watch it, you'll become a furry. Boss man, no time, long time no see. Yeah, man, Monday was, I don't know what happened to me on Monday, man. I think it was a mix of me being like just tired and not getting like a lot of sleep, and the mind goblins coming in to shut the stream down and said, you got other things to be doing, buddy, like not getting out of that bed. And I'm like, okay, all right, man. And like, I tried to give it some time to see if maybe I could like kick my ass into gear, but it just was not happening. So we're doing the reading today to make up for that. Quick little note too, by the way. We might not be streaming tomorrow. I have something. I've got like another thing I'm doing as well at night. Depending on how long that takes, though, I might be able to squeeze a stream in. It'll be a later one, I'm thinking, though, just as a heads up. But I'll add some updates in the Discord. That way people can see if we are or aren't. Likely tomorrow, I'm thinking we'd probably just be continuing disco, so. Yeah. And then we'll roll into the weekend streams like we usually do. Friday being something, Saturday being a community-related event. Which, one of the things that we were thinking about doing for community night is Sven Co-op, if anybody's familiar with that. But there's a couple other things we can take a look at as well. Nothing set in stone just yet. And then Sunday, Either reading or fucking around. Mondays reading again. You should know the general schedule at this point. Or at least get a feel for how things tend to pan out. He's a fish in spirit. Oh, the parrot boy. Jackson. He wants Snoop, but it has blanks. Jesse, we need to snoot. Or they snoot, or they shoot confetti. Can you imagine if Fang went to school with a confetti gun and just started popping that in people's faces? Call that the EC route, ending clown. Those just, by the way, confetti ammo? Yeah, I know, I use it in Terraria sometimes for the funny. Oh, Mr. Strammer, hey, board one. Mr. Staller. You know, at the end of the day, that is kind of a way to do, isn't it? I am the one who knocks. Mr. Crumper. Crumper? Felt dumb yesterday. I was like, no stream. Hope Mr. Streamer's okay. Fuck, it's Tuesday. Yeah. So, yesterday, me and Jeremy actually ended up watching like fucking 14 episodes. We like hella binged Dungeon Meshi. Show's great. I like that show. I like food. I like really good made food in shows. That show has some really good made food. It tickles a part of my brain where there's a I like it when a piece of media has like justification for why certain enemies do certain things that they do, right? And they explain how it works, how you beat it, all that good stuff. Like actually fleshing out their monsters. It's one of the reasons I like Monster Hunter as much as I do. In addition to just swinging a big fucking sword, that's always a big dopamine hit for sure. But yeah, no, that show has some really interesting ways that they prepare a lot of the monsters and stuff, like using a fucking water spirit to like up the mage's mana when they're running dry by cooking it into a stew. Not to mention, the story started to kind of fucking pop off a little bit.
I'll crumple you, sweetie pie.
Mr. Booey Baloo, Mr. Baba Boy, Mr. Reader. You guys really love just adding stuff on there. At least it's always got Mr. in front. Gives me some kind of respect, I suppose. Most people are cool to hang around. Just watch out for the Lassiter guy. He usually yells slurs and insults Lannies. At a certain point, like, I almost feel like it's just not even an insult anymore. It's just like a kill yourself, Lanny. You know what I mean? Like, you'll just drop that shit out of left field. It'll be like we're all sitting there and you just like, kill yourself, Lanny. You'll be like, oh man. We are normal, adjusted individuals who can be trusted with firearms. Somebody get that guy a fucking gun right now. Sarge butt cheeks. Good evening, Snoop Bros. Evening, Comical. DC is nice. Never read in the chamber before, but we're here anyways. Well, have you been to the? I'm trying to recall. Have you been to the other none of the chamber streams? Because if not, we are chapter 8 out of 28 right now, so we're a little bit in, which means you're gonna be a little fish out of the water, sort of, if you're just jumping in right now. But you know, I'm not gonna stop you. Should read more Wani Fix. We might look at throwing a Wani Fic in conjunction with None in the Chamber. I've said it before, like it's gonna take us a decent amount of time to get through None in the Chamber, so there's a possibility that maybe we start something, either we do like some one-shots or we start another fic on the side as well, especially if we can keep up with doing 2 reading streams a week. Plus, like, you know, we're giving more time for Wani Fix to even be developed and whatnot. I think you suffered some sort of time dilation called laziness. Don't worry, it gets us all eventually. Yeah, like the thing is though, I can usually kick my ass into gear to at least get on stream and do something, but just that night was That was like advanced. And I was like, oh man, I can't do this. Just not tonight, man. Just not tonight. Like fucking tonight, I was still tired. So like when I want to say like around 10:30 rolled around, I was like, ugh, I need just some more time to like rest up. Like I knew I could stream today, right? But I just needed more time to rest up, so that's why we're starting at 11:30. I just put that I like hopped out of my bed for a couple minutes, went over to the monitor, scheduled the stream, and then went laid back down for a little bit. The laziness didn't beat me tonight. The tiredness was still winning, but I just needed to get like a little bit more rest from my weary eyes. Past couple days I've been on kind of like a what would you call it? Biphasal sleep schedule, I guess. Where I've been sleeping for like 3 hours later in the day and then sleeping for 4 to 5 in the morning. So, you know how it is. Anybody who's been around here long enough knows my sleep is, or like my sleep schedule itself is very transient, I guess. Shifts in and out of making sense and being absolutely fucking ridiculous. Been loving Endless Ocean Luminous. Still got over 100 animals and salvages to find. Just recently found a mass whale fall. I think you've had me look at Endless Ocean Luminous before. Probably need to look at it again. Yo Slurs sounds like my kind of guy. See, you're already gonna fit in perfectly fine, Mr. Bleeper. You mean like this? Yeah, that's right. I got the bleep button. Mr. Reader. Whale falls are such a fascinating event to look up, not gonna lie. Whale falls. See it. Whale falls. What is a whale fall? The ocean depths are supplied by nutrients falling down from the surface waters. When the whales die and sink, the whale carcasses or whale falls provide a sudden concentrated food source and a bonanza for organisms in the deep sea. Different stages in the decomposition of a whale carcass support a succession of marine biological communities. Scavengers consume the soft tissue in a matter of months. Organic fragments or detritus enrich the sediments nearby for over a year. He returns to soil. Started watching the Goodbye Volcano High VODs. Wish me luck. Oh my god. You get to watch like a descent into insanity on those. First one is like, oh hey, maybe it's not as bad. And then the second one's like, oh, it's bad. And the third one's like, holy shit, it's bad. Wasn't in themselves have microbiomes growing on them, but go through like 4 to 5 more as they die and decompose. Will skeleton can act like a grim reef for around 200 plus years. It's crazy how fucking nature works, isn't it? It's crazy, but also very interesting at the same time. Bro, Resident Sleeper needs Ollie. Mr. Resident Sleeper needs Ollie melatonin gummies. It's not that I need gummies. It's just that like the way my body wants to sleep is not conducive to how society wants me to be awake. That's how I'll put it. Because I have a job, I need to kind of try and at least be cognizant to some extent during the day. Even if I'm not like working the whole time, it's good to make sure I don't miss any messages or whatnot, so I don't get fucking called out. But then I also have my streams at night. You know, those are a pretty set in stone time, or at least I try to keep them at least similar set in stone times. And so that takes up quite a bit of time. Now the issue is, on top of that, my body feels comfortable with like 9 to 10 hours of sleep, right? I like to sleep. I like to do a lot of sleep. And unfortunately, there's just not enough time in the day for me to get tired enough to like pass the hell out. Because that's another thing too. I don't like having to like lay down and then toss and turn for like half an hour because I'm not super tired yet. Like I want my body to be like, okay, you're hitting that bed? Cool. We're going to sleep in the next 5 minutes. Like, that's when I want to go to sleep. And that usually takes, like, a lot of time. I think I've likened it before that, like, my whole schedule doesn't really fit in a 24-hour time scale. Like, if there were 26 hours in the day, I might be a little better off. You know? Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm getting rid of it. I just had to go pop open my stream real quick so that way I could actually pull out the fucking GAT. Occasionally, like, a Twitch bot will show up and they'll be like,
Hello, I am willing to offer you viewers and channel subscriptions. Please use my software.
it's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. What are you even on, like, on about? And the funny thing is, it always is, like, on Twitch. And again, I've never had a bot that I've needed to shoot in the head on YouTube. Usually the bot's the one shooting others in the head via auto mod. But, you know, I can't really help that. We get 2 Wani fix in time. Co-op, you say? Mimi want Wani fix. Mimi want Mimi Wani. Dipped into the Wani chat today. I knew it was Wani Wednesday. I'm like, okay, I need some. I need like something to pick me up. Gator as far as the eye can see.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yes. Don't turn around. Don't give him power by acknowledging him. Ignore him. Imagine a Snoop version of Little Gator. So instead of a real gun, it's a Nerf gun. Fuck, that would actually be pretty funny. We love Little Gator. I can't. The thing with Little Gator, right? That I think is funny. And I have to wonder if anybody, and I mean anybody, had the same reaction I did when fucking Principal Scalar came up on screen, and it was Scalar the game, and I just went, wait a minute, I have that game, what the fuck? And it was like, bullshit. And I had to go fucking take a picture of it and share it. Like, look, it's right here. This is a deep cut to me and only me. Well-made food. We love some well-made food, baby. Like in Monster Hunter, when the cat chefs are cooking, I always start salivating just a little bit because I'm like, damn, I wish I could get me a fucking fork full of that. Of course he has the Scaly game. Wait, wait, what? Wait, do you mean I want to hug that gator? Wait, what? You should give watch, oh, you should watch Back to the Future with Jeremy. The thing is, we have like a really long, oh no, Scalar game. Yeah, right. Doc's the Scalar box art, true. The funny thing is, like, they had like I want to say like the European version or some shit. And like, because my box art was a little bit different. We were like, interesting. Yeah, no, the thing with Jeremy is our watch nights are like fucking, dude. We got a lot of stuff to get through. I guess I need to confirm this, but my watch nights are gonna be a little more in and out probably from now on, because our third member, Utah, the one who watches with us, her job's a little more on and off in terms of like when she'll be available. So it's possible that the dedicated night where I don't stream might be kind of bouncing around a little bit. For the future, just keep that in mind. It might be a night. I think we're gonna try to be moving it to Thursday, but there's always a chance it bounces around. So just something to keep in mind. I'll always give you guys a heads up regarding that whenever I figure out how that's working out. So just want to say hi. I'll go back to on my fic. See you guys later. All right, Glitchin, take care. Reminds me I have bacon mac and cheese. Ooh, some bacon mac and cheese ain't bad. I had a calzone tonight because it's Wednesday. That shit has filled me up fully. I will not be needing anything until about like 6 a.m. I think. Some joke one-shot fake had me laughing. Forgot the S on that sentence. Don't worry, people forget stuff in their fucking messages all the time. Mr. Streamer kind of glosses over it at this point. We got that level 4 status debuff. Oh, I wish I had like a cure all ready to go. Whenever that shit happens. Maybe hard drugs would work out there. I feel like it's kind of hard to not have the steam and energy if you do like a line of cocaine, right? Feeling low on energy, just eat some Nutella pizza to boost your energy. Part of me thinks, or part of me wonders if like some of my low energy sometimes is because I don't eat a ton anymore. My stomach is small now. Good to know I'm not the only one with a fucked up sleep pattern. Yeah, I'd be out here suffering like that shit, you know? I wish it was simple. I wish I had like a steady circadian rhythm, but there's just too many factors at play that keep me on my toes. Before I was streaming, that would have been my buddies over on the West Coast being on and off and having to like kind of adjust to whenever they're available. Nowadays, I'm pretty consistently streaming, so that's usually keeping me up at least till 3 a.m. most nights. Maybe later, depending on when I start or how long I'm going for. So, and then if I want to hang out with them after that, I gotta like obviously stay up later then, and then it's already morning, and then I'm yeah, rough times, rough times. The only like silver lining for me is that I'm a remote worker, so I can make a bit of a shifty schedule work. Just got jump scared in EEL by big ass Shinosaurus or Shanisaurus, largest ichthyosaur to ever live, upwards of 82 feet long, as a discovery in April of this year. They were chonky. Do they eat meat? Because if they ate meat, then I'd be fucking scared. Yeah, Mr. Streamer's a fellow East Coaster. I don't know how you do this. Hope you're getting enough sleep and taking care of yourself. Don't worry, I'm taking care of myself. Enough that like that I'm not like concerned. You know, I try to at least make sure that I get sleep at some point. It's just hard to balance all of that sometimes, and I guess Monday finally kind of hit me. Though the weird thing about it was, I think like the nights prior to that, I was actually getting some pretty good sleep. Like if I check my phone here, I mean, like I got a Fitbit, so this thing kind of keeps an eye on how I'm sleeping. But yeah, let's see. Like Saturday, I slept from like 9:55 to 10 p.m. So I got like 11 hours of sleep then. Other than that, there's like 3 days of about just shy of 7 hours, 6, 5.5, 8.5, 7 hour, 15. Like my sleep's a little all over the place. I think one of the issues too is that like, according to it, usually however long I'm sleeping, 1 hour of that is probably going to be like me stirring enough that it registers me as awake. So maybe that's something I need to look into. Maybe that would help out. It's presumed they did, mostly smaller fish, squid, and occasionally other significantly smaller marine life. Jawbone found in April by this 11-year-old in England was like 7 feet long. Isn't it funny when we just like find a bone and we're like, wait, that's important. Put that in a museum now. She's like, oh, that was just sitting there, huh? A bit late trying to re-download Snoop plus mods on my new PC. How's that going for you? Running into some issues? You look tired, friend. You deserve one extra Flintstone gummy today.
A fucking bone at last.
I actually need to be... I've been skipping out on taking my vitamins recently just because I've been fucking well, as you might guess, lazy. It's been one of those kind of like weeks where I'm getting through the day and I'm not really doing much else other than that. Other than what like I would usually do, at least, you know. I need to probably after stream tonight try and do that. I also need to do some. I need to go back to the previous streams for the reading ones and add the timestamps. I also need to go through all the comments that have piled up over like the last 2, maybe 3 weeks, whenever I last touched them. There's a bit of a backlog. But I just need to find the, like, 1, the time, and 2, the motivation to get all that done, is all. I saw that, Vice had, posted some Inko Noted, fan art. Since I'm still working on that fucking video, I say working, it's just been sitting there and I haven't done anything with it. I really need to. Maybe I'll use that for like the thumbnail if they're cool with it. I mean, in February, this group of 4th graders found some rib bones of a giant ground sloth. Very rare find, or a very, very rare find in that area. It makes you realize how much we don't really look around and things just pop up. It's like, oh hey, here's one thing that's kind of funny. Let's see, what was I gonna say? It happened a couple days ago apparently, but I guess in Portugal, I want to say it was, like a meteor flew overhead or something. You wanna know how I found out about that? There was like some post about like some geese that were live on Twitch at the time when the fucking thing flew overhead that just like the fucking area lights up blue. They look up, they go flies by, and then they start looking around at each other like, and then obviously people were commenting, oh, this must have been what the dinosaurs were like when they were like, ah, fuck, here we go. We're gonna fucking die now. Why can't Twitch bots offer me gators near my area? God, I fucking wish. Holy shit. Can you like explain how cooling down for the sleep? I've been shot a few times by Automod. I think at this point most people have caught in a couple strays from Automod. Who here gets hit by Automod the most? I feel like it might be Lassiter. At least during those disco streams, he was getting fucking churned. They were fucking blowing holes through him. Track's kind of both unsettling and relaxing, such worrying. Or this track's kind of, yeah. I should get sniped by Automod like it has hacks sometimes. Varies day by day. Rare time a game mod makes an obscure reference that only Mr. Streamer gets. I never even heard of Scalar for PS2 until that mod. Yeah, it's not often that Mr. Streamer is the one who catches the reference. Usually I have to just like, yeah, nod along and someone will be like, Mr. Streamer, how'd you not get that? This is actually this. And I'm like, okay, cool, thank you. Yet the meteor was in Portugal. Hope the meteor that flew above your head went off to nuke a bunch of lame high schoolers. Fucking, we can hope. One can only wish. Mr. Goose, get down. Now Lester gets sniped by Automod only when he starts talking about shit about communism. That is true. Yo, Mr. Krumer, I'm playing Gamma and I'm ready to migrate northwards from Cordon. Should I go through Red Forest or Leminsk? Well, okay, I'm gonna assume that you've already taken down. What is it? Do you need to do? You have to do the radar raid to make it so there isn't as much radiation, right? Or no, it's... Fuck, what's the one that you need to do to stop the radiation? I'm assuming you've taken care of the, what needs to be taken care of to actually go up through those areas, right? Personally, if I had to make a recommendation, I would say Leminsk. I don't like Red Forest. There's too many angles where you can get shot through bushes and shit. My luck going through Leminsk versus going through Red Forest is way better. Usually they have more set in stone spawns through Leminsk that you can kind of predict. As long as you've got a sniper, you can shoot your way through. There's a certain path through Leminsk. I want to say it's not the first It's when you're doing the firefight between the houses with the monolith. There's a way that you can go through that lands you in a bandit camp. Now, if you aren't friendly with bandits, obviously you're going to shoot your way through that, and that's going to be some close quarters action. But if you are friendly with bandits, or you can you can talk to somebody to ease your relations, I would take that route. That'll probably be your route of least resistance. I mean, my dad found an orthicone fossil when he was like 14 years old while checking on my grandparents' cattle. It's a giant shelled squid. Huh. Time for dance scene song. It skipped. And it went to E1. Get bent. Yeah, we're on shuffle right now. Y'all have a sleep pattern? God, I fucking wish. Sleep pattern, I work until 4:30 and don't sleep until 6. And then I wake up and game in 4 hours. I gotta stop. The sacrifices for gaming, am I right, folks? Red Forest is always fun to run through. I can understand people liking running through Red Forest, but like if your objective is to not get fucking destroyed, I don't know. I on top of having fucking muties just running around, occasionally you'll have a chimera up your ass. There might even be like a pseudo giant stepping around. You got pseudo dogs just nipping at your heels. And then having on top of that, like a group of 3 monolith that end up seeing you before you see them. And you're catching shots left and right, and they're fucking taking you down. I don't know. That, not to mention when you get to the north side of Red Forest and you have to try and get through that area where they're on the other side of that like fucking wall. Oh, that shit can get rough. That shit can get real rough. Not to mention higher chance of encountering. Well, I don't even think you can encounter Sin when going through Leminsk, and Sin can fuck your day up real bad. Post a pic of the fossil when I get a chance to on the Discord. Okay. Have a chimera up your ass, Mr. Creamer. Some people are into that. Monster fuckers, you know? I see it really sucked from 2010 to 2020 working night shifts at a time. And fuck, I was wrecked for 10 years. Oof, brother, oof. I don't pay for Mega, so it's going to be a hot second to download 12 gigs. Yeah, that'll take a little bit. Need to get an internet cable. I keep stuttering behind. I'm fortunate enough that my internet's... I mean, like, I can see the fucking router right now. My internet's good enough that I don't even need to be wired in to get good speeds. The only thing that, like, throttles me is stuff like fucking... Whenever I'm trying to download off of Steam, they'll be like, we know you can download, like, 300 megabytes a second, but we're only gonna give you 10. It's like, oh. Okay. Okay, sure. People are into that. Mr. Streamer, how do you think we got here? Look. There's dino fucking and then there's monster fucking, alright? There do be a difference. If a chimera is a mix of a snake, a lion, and a goat, makes you think. Makes you think that was one wild fucking night, doesn't it? I'm sure Vise would be hyped that you want to use this stuff for the thumbnail. I think it'd be cool to try and, whenever there's something that's relevant to, like, the streams, use the art in the thumbnail. You know. As long as the artist is cool with it, of course. Give some more recognition to him and whatnot. Which is neat. If it isn't clear, we like to support our artists here in this in these streams and in the Discord. We? Who's we? Look, I was trying to speak for everyone. Are you part of the everyone? Is it 1? Is it 2 or 3? Or is it some abominable mixture of 2 or 3? That's for you to figure out. Go. Record data. He lives. Brain Scorcher if you need to do radar and then the radar mission. I'd probably pay the guy at the 100 Rads bar to get Sultan's bitches off me for 2 days. Okay, so yeah. Dude, I haven't been to the 100 Rads bar in fucking forever. I'm usually playing like fucking Merc, so duty hates my guts. Have to hit him with that fucking 308 to the head to get him off my ass. That or some 4 gauge. We love 4 gauge in our household. Already have 4 exoskeletons, not full suits, sadly, so I'm pressed to go north to get expert tools to fix the UNISG exoskeleton I found. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Remember they changed the tool spawns in Gamma last I played. I didn't really figure out how all that worked, but I want to say after some time I had found the tool spawns. I know some places prior had higher chances than others, like going to Pripyat would give you a pretty decent chance of landing some tools. And they also changed it so I think you're going, you usually get more stashes within like an area of where you are. So if you want more northern stashes, you have to go north. You just got to get a good gun, or a gun you're comfortable with your time to kills at least. And you should be able to fuck up everything. I'm sending Lanny to do research. I might compensate him, but I don't know. It depends if he comes back alive. He'll probably come back alive, but you might not like what he has to say. Sir, we fucking monsters here? Well, I guess if the absolute filth chat's anything to go off of. Yeah, you guys, what the fuck is going on in the Discord? 5 people are streaming all of a sudden. We got Sarge, we got Morwin, we've got Lanny, we've got... Oh, Lanny, are they doing fucking... Yeah, it looks like they're doing Terraria. Is Morwin joining them? Hayes is doing Half-Life. Glitching, contrary to what he said, is actually playing Hollow Knight. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. See, this would probably be one of those nights if I wasn't streaming, I'd just go fucking zip into the Discord for the night and just kick back. All I have to say is fucking CenturyLink when it comes to internet. I'm fortunate enough that I have not run into any internet issues with my provider. Everything's worked when I needed it to work. The only time that my internet isn't working is usually because the site's down, not because my internet's fucking around. There might have been like 1 or 2 moments in like the past, I want to say 2-ish, 3 years, where my internet's gone down, but usually that's because of like someone hitting like a pole and taking the internet out that way, or there was a storm one time that blew out the power, but that's not the internet at that point, that's the power. So supporting good artists is a moral good, absolutely. Supporting, okay. I was gonna say supporting any artist, but there's some people that would call themselves artists that you might go, I don't know about that one, Sheaf, because they're using underhanded stuff for their art, I suppose is what I'm trying to get at with that. Supporting artists who are trying to put in the effort to make something is good, absolutely. Good art is good. Artists that are working on their art and trying to get better is good as well. He'll come back a changed man for that, that's for sure. Would you like Lanny if he was changed? Do you think Lanny would change in a way that would be good for all of us? Half-Life base haze. Half-Life D's and nuts. Holy shit, 6 streams? Yeah, they're popping off in there, it seems. Supporting any artist, even the Austrian one? Well, well, I don't know. I might find it hard to support an artist if they suddenly started killing a bunch of people. that one might get me to go, I mean, if we did, well... Guys, don't you want to avoid another genocide? Can't wait for the snoot wife picks for None in the Chamber. Still haven't found my destined Saiga 12k. I'll set it for a Vepr 12. Dude, any shotgun fucks. Like, I'm gonna be real. Those things slap so hard. You got a base for, like, a 12 gauge, I think it is? Yeah, just use slugs. That'll take care of a lot of things. But you find yourself that KS-23? Ideally, what is it? The Droz variant that's lighter? Ooh. Magnifique. All you gotta do is go to Garbage and talk to Butcher. He sells you those 4 gauge shots, you just punch through armor. Easy fucking peasy. Nothing's as satisfying as crumpling a fucking monolith with an exo and like 2 pumps. Select working security was rough. Like, not only was it night shift, but once I became armed and passed my sergeant test, fucked me. My sleep pattern was so fucked. That explains some shit. That's unfortunate, AS SWAT. Though, from how it sounds, things are a little better now. The way you're talking about it, I'm hoping. You can zip in after stream, it's what I'll do. Yeah, I'll probably zip in after stream and see what's going on for a little bit. Though the thing is, recently, my buddy Alexis has actually been online a bit more. He's been wanting to do things, so who knows how long I'll be able to stick around. Were you spying on us? What do you mean spying? It's my fucking Discord. Sometimes I look at my Discord. That's not spying. What the fuck? It's like walking by like a cafe or something, looking inside and be like, oh, hey, look, they're hosting an event. And someone walks out and be like, are you spying on us? Like, no, I'm just checking out what's going on. I was walking by. Buy my art or another gene pool gets vaporized. That's good marketing. Mr. Stalker. I got a whole love for the cool club. For the cool guy club. Cool guy club. Goddamn. Wish I could speak sometimes. If I wasn't with my friend on Abog Factor puking on each other as a prank, and I wasn't an antisocial goof, I would share About It Factor in there. Well, if you ever feel like sharing it in there, I'm sure people will be receptive. Will you check snooting up real quick, Mr. Streamer? Yeah, I can check it. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, the first thing I see is a post with in response to being asked for anal. I mean, I guess I gotta share that on screen now that I said it, right? I don't like how scary Stella is right now. Alright, scroll down. I'm assuming the post in question is one that's newer. Tracy, rah! Only you know bad things really are. Guys, look. Trish got fucking owned. Sent to the garbage where she belongs. Started reading Nothing to Something on chapter 6, pretty good so far. I think I've heard that Nothing to Something is pretty good. Link fixed my net issues, was not fixing the line, but forcing as much as they could. It's forcing as much as they could to have any type of internet. Yeah, you can't trust internet providers sometimes. The motherfuckers just get your ass. Oh, sorry. Ugh. Mr. Stream, what does the yellow name mean? I assume you're talking about in the Discord, right? If that's the case, that is for people who joined when the server only had one link via the April Fool's stream. OGs. Yeah, essentially those. So if you see someone with a yellow name, they've been here for a long while. As long as you can be in the Discord, at least. Just about. A couple of people got it, even if they didn't join immediately when the link dropped. I gave it to some people a couple days until I actually made like an announcement post regarding it. That way people who actually like maybe weren't able to attend the stream were still able to pop in and see what was going on there. The primordials, the damned ones. Also very apt descriptions for you fellas. Found the extremely rare bullpup SVD. Found it off a rookie bandit for some reason, but it needs the extra expert tools to be fixed. Yeah, that's always the thing, right? You'll find a really cool gun, but you're like, oh, well, I don't get the tools for this shit. So either you're using a fucking beater, or you need to like work with something else for the time being. I mean, early game, as long as you can find yourself like a bolty and a shotgun, you should be fine. Shotgun for your beasties, bolties for your humies. Usually works out pretty well. No. So it counts as stalking, mate. Spy checking. I now work mostly day late. I work at 10 p.m. my time, and no longer security dealing with tards who went into the roof of the patrol car. Oof. Had a more relaxing job of range safety officer. Oh, alright. Yeah, that does sound a little more chill. Could I get my piss roll? I believe I had one saved for a while back, I think. Wait, what do you mean you had one saved? Wait, that one, wait, what do you mean by that? You saved a piss? We're chatting for another hour, right? Now, we're probably gonna start up here soon. You know how these chapters tend to go. They're about an hour each, so... We started later today, so probably want to try and shoot for like about a 3 to 3.5 hours, or 3 to 4 hours. I was averaging about 3.5 hours. Jesus Christ. I couldn't join the Discord because of video thingy. Okay. Yeah, Urinals, you have been around quite a bit. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I guess you could say he had one saved in the chamber. Stop that. There was none in the chamber. Tends to do that, yes. One of the 2 joke fics I read was called Caveman Flow. It's just Anon's first day, but he can't stop quoting Dracula Flow and it scares people. Yep, we read that one. We read that one on stream. That was like one of the one-off type things we did one night. Really funny. How can you ever be a piss boy? An honorary piss boy in our hearts. Yeah, Cocainer, you hang around enough. We would consider you a piss boy. You a real one. You a real one. Always be a piss boy to us. It wasn't yapping. Yapping 1 hour yet, so I didn't want to say anything. But even I yearn to read Snoot. Well, of course, Lasser. That doesn't fucking surprise me. I don't know if you know, but ND is negligent discharge. Okay, I didn't know if there was like a misspelling or what. I wasn't clocking that at the time. When I read ND as like an acronym, I was like, oh, okay, negligent discharge. Yep. That makes sense. Yeah, no, you negligent. So that said, who negligent discharge in the roof of the patrol car? Yeah, that's not great. That's pretty fucking bad. Thanks, Mr. Pisser. Yeah, you're welcome. Not Golden Feather playing in the background. What if one in the chamber was called Come in the Chamber and one scene is Trish twerking? This would be a very different fic then. Could you repeat that, brother? No. Have I missed any premium yapping? I don't know, fellas. Did we yap about anything important today? You know, everything's a blur for me, so it's just another day in the fucking yap mines. We talked about Jackson. He was a shy boy. We did talk about Jackson. Little parrot guy. 9. Hate to break to you, but the based on the call from Thing. There is cum in the chamber, probably. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Right, he did come in the chamber, didn't he? Everything is a blur for you, Humo. That's why you'll only have. That's why you'll only let. Never mind. Yeah, you better fucking cut that off. But yes, everything is a blur. What do you want from me? What do you think Anna wants to leave for the army? I smell something burning. Be right back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If it's burnt toast, that's usually bad. It's from outside. Never mind. Okay. The yappening, live fast, yap hard. Yeah, that was not a good night. Yeah, I don't think having a negligent discharge would make your night good. Usually that makes it quite the fucking opposite. We're coming up on the hour mark here. Might go ahead and start it now, so that way we don't roll into anything too crazy before, like, you know how the yaps go. If something catches my attention, I'll be sitting here talking about it for the next fucking 30 minutes. Oh, Vice, since you're here, I saw you had posted the, your art for Inko Noted. Since I haven't put out the video yet, if you're cool with it, I'd like to try and integrate the art into the thumbnails. The thumbnail and the intro/outro for the video. Well, I'm scrolling through Discord real quick so that way I can get these fucking notifications off my ass. Alright, cool. Dude, it's always weird when I get like a fucking like message request from someone in like a server that I don't interact on. Like it's like one mutual server from like Slime VR. And it's like, how have you been? It's like, I don't know you. Why are you messaging me? And then like I look over here at like the fucking spam and there's a message. I'm like, yeah, you can't believe I'm telling you this right away, but I'm so freaking wet right now. Please help me finish. It's like, what the fuck is going on with you freaks? Leave me alone. I am a Christian boy. You will not stir me from my path of righteousness. How have you been? Me? How have me been? Me been okay. Me been okay. Other than just like general laziness and procrastination and, you know, the typical things that a person goes through in their day-to-day. I'm good. Go right ahead, be awesome. If you need me to change anything on them, just holler. Sounds good. I'll take a look and see like what I can do with them for the thumbnail. And of course, I'll make sure to link to your stuff so that way anybody who's curious can see some more of your shit. Is Lanny burning something again? When isn't Lanny burning something? Advises the goat. Tracy milk? Dragon, what are you doing? Wait, where did the Tracy milk come from? What? This looks for you. I have immediately wrote Vice when you mentioned it first time. What do you mean by that? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What the fuck is Dragon came out with, like, Dragon saw Tracy earlier with that fucking meme and is now talking about like fucking Tracy milk. Basically just finishing that off. I've dealt with the trad before. And when that happened, I was the responding supervisor. My direct supervisor and his boss also went to respond because they thought I was going to kill him, but I kept it professional and handled it to company policy. Well, that's good. Being able to keep your cool. What the hell is wrong with you freaks? Let me clip that for later use. By all means, if you want to use my fucking shit out of context, go for it. What do I care? It's gonna happen anyways. Might as well sign off on it at this point. Oh, you. Does the little finger thing. The little finger thing's when you put your index fingers together, by the way, just so we're clear here, that nothing else by that. I really shouldn't have signed off on the out of context right before saying that. Alright. Streamer's a dino furry. I prefer my reptiles, alright? Vice and with her on Twitch side, not here on YouTube. Big sad. Everybody's got their place.
Sure thing, Mr. President.
Wait, what? Tracy Milk? The fuck? I plead innocent. You plead deranged. Worst time to say milk when I'm going to go gut aliens for milk sacks to make burgers? Well, you're going for milk. You're trying to get the milk. Plead denied. Tara's better than Gator. And you know what, Laster? You're entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion, Mr. Scaly. And OBS has said that I have crossed the 1 hour marker. YouTube probably it's not just an hour yet, but you know. For me, this shit been live for an hour. That means it's time. How funny that I am too right now making burgers as well. The call of the Berg is a strong one. It transcends chat. Lassiter entitled to correct opinion confirmed.
If you say so, buddy, if you say so.
Let me pop this over here real quick. Just in case I need to pop something up midstream. Alright. Now it is time for me to do the things. To do the readings. Let us pause the music. Halfway through Mural de Melanoma. Also, while I would usually use the fucking Snoot Game soundtrack for these yaps whenever we're doing this, since it was Wani Wednesday, it felt right to do the Wani OST. Stretch here. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I really do need to do some more stretching since I sit in my fucking chair all day. Do me some good. I think I'm loose enough now. We'll do I'll stretch again once we get done with this chapter and we have our little break, but yeah. Got the popcorn ready. Fuck yeah, sounds like you got the cozy going. While you read, I read documents.
Dude, those documents are probably not gonna be as cool as this, though.
It's fair, you deserve your Wani Wednesday, as I'm entitled to. Yapping is completed. We get desktop fang in the corner, so I see no issue. Some concessions for Mr. Creamer. Glad we're all on the same page. Alright. Here we go. So, last we were on None of the Chamber. If we scroll down to the bottom here, we can take a quick look at where we ended off with. Anon ended up back in the hospital because of a overdose on his Ativan, I believe it was. He took too much after having a breakdown in the interrogation room with Ripley. Now that he's in the hospital, I think it was Webley, I think that's the dude's name, came to check on him and talk to him about what happened. And it turns out somebody leaked the footage from the interrogation, and it's looking likely that Ripley's going to need to resign. So, we're picking up from that. Anon's in the hospital. Rosa and Reed were there, and he's just playing a guitar right now. So, we're going to see what the consequences of this are in the chapter 8 for today. So, we're going to do chapter 8 and chapter 9. 2 chapters, as we like to do for these reading nights for None of the Chamber. And then we'll do a little bit of a debrief, and then I'll let you guys go to go sleep, go do whatever you need to do, be it gaming or otherwise. So, here we go. Chapter 8. Tempest. Summary. The worst storms are those that begin in our breasts. Have you ever gone to take a leak, only to be met with a crowd of people bigger, stronger, and faster than you, piling up atop of you, burying you under a literal avalanche of questions? Yeah, me neither, until just an hour ago. Doc Jones finally allowed me to leave the bed. Attempting to leave the room itself would immediately prove to be a bad idea. The moment I opened the door, I was greeted by a crowd of media vultures. All of them screeching questions, brandishing their microphone claws, and beating me over the head with their camera wings. I retreat inside immediately and call for backup, namely Reed and Rosa. Rosa can't come, as she's busy on the farm, but Reed came not even half an hour later. He dispersed the crowd with a lot of swearing and, from what I heard, shoving, assisted by Doc Jones' calls for a reason and minding the well-being of his patient. The journos mostly dispersed, those left behind being the most desperate.
These people have no shame,
Doc Jones says, entering my sanctuary with Reed.
You're telling me, Doc?
Reed shakes his head and his fist at a DNN reporter peeking into the room.
Rosa told me how it went down previously, but I didn't think it would get this bad.
Doc shuts the door and is in the face of the curious Pteranodon bloodsucker, which earns the man a half-hearted insult. Ugh, what a shit show. I set down the guitar. I squeeze hands with Reed and give him a nod and a smirk. I point at the TV. The two look at it. I've been doing nothing since the morning but watching the news. DNN, Flux News, PNC. Everyone is showing this damn security footage. The public demands the head of the monster. Ripley Aaron must fall. The commissioner's finished. I should be happy. Vengefully satisfied. After all, Grim Ripley got what was coming to him. Those who sow wind will reap the storm. That kind of shit. Instead, I kind of feel bad for the old man. He's been through so much, and now this. I don't know. It is satisfying to see this gambit blow up in his face, but not to this degree. Though, I did almost wind up dead because of this scheme. Fuck him. Still, even though I hate him for what he did to Fang, Nazar, and me, there are still enough pangs of compassion left in me to feel bad for him. A little bit. Microscopic bit. Atom-sized grain of compassion. He chose this path. Instead of letting someone else take over the case, he went out of his way to fuck with me for something I didn't do. I played a part in how it played out, but so did others from Fang's friend group. And he didn't even bother with them. No. He went straight for me. Still, can't stamp out this grain of compassion. Raptor Jesus, I hope it won't grow. I'd neck myself if I started to feel bad for the old rip at this point. It's a circus. I shake my head. They'll have my comment, or they'll have my blood. I don't think they care which. Doc Jones nods.
Yes, this is getting ridiculous. You can't stay holed up until your relocation.
He glances at Reed, who only shrugs. Reed and Rosa know what the good old Doc is planning for me. No more secrets amongst friends. Stella knows too. She even offered to bring me some manga after I got moved.
Just so you know,
she giggled over the phone,
you don't actually go crazy from boredom.
Stella, you're a weirdo, but a wonderful one. Just please don't bring me Azumanga Daioh or something, or I'll go cuckoo crazy within a second. God, I hate manga set in high schools.
Call the cops, Reed proposes. They owe in on for the shit they put him through.
Evan opens his mouth to protest, but stops, closes it, rubs his chin, quietly hems with a series of short nods, and finally looks at him with a relieved expression.
You know, Reed, this may...
He rubs his jaw, turning to him.
This may not be a bad idea. A VBPD gets a chance to repair their image, while Anon gets protection and a peace of mind.
And peace of the body.
And that too.
My big mouth betrays me again. I should start carrying a roll of tape in my pocket. Real big roll.
Go and do it, Mr. Evan.
Reed sighs and drags the chair over to the window, where he promptly plops down. Doc looks at me, raising one brow in an unspoken question. I nod. He nods back and leaves. Really glad he hasn't brought up Trish yet. I don't know how I'd handle that conversation. If I can handle it at all. He doesn't seem like the type of guy to hold a grudge, but you never know. He's a professional, but under that he's still a man. And a father. And I insulted him. Real fatherless behavior. That roll of tape looks mighty tempting now that I think of it. I look over at Reed. He sits with the chair leaning slightly towards the windowsill. He's been staring at the news station vans crowding the parking lot for a good couple minutes.
From the look in his eyes, I can tell that he's thinking very violent thoughts at the moment. Reed? He turns his head. His face is so tense, his expression so hateful and vicious, that I can't help but turn pale. My heart starts doing jumping jacks while my stomach contracts into the size of a golf ball. He notices, blinks, and his expression changes. Anger melts away, replaced by shame. Viciousness dispels, making way for sadness. He sighs and grips his snout, cursing under his breath. I'm sorry, man. He turns away from the window. I saw this whole security footage on you, Snoot. He grits his teeth. Who knew Fang's dad was such a piece of shit? I swallow. It's hard, since my throat had clenched itself pretty damn tight, so now has a diameter of a soda straw, but I manage. I grab the guitar. Strum, strum, strum. I play the anxiety away until my heart stops its aerobics. I knew for a long time that he was a cruel son of a bitch. I stopped strumming for a moment. You'd understand if you saw how he treated Nazar. I grit my teeth. You all thought that kid was so hard under Naomi's thumb because he was a little bitch. Reed shrugs. I don't know about that, man. Naomi had him wrapped around her finger super tight. Nah, man. I shake my head. That kid was tough. It's the same shit at home that made him so stressed out and nervous. I sigh. He did not deserve to fucking die, man. Fuck! Swing my hand violently, my finger snagging on the string. Without much thinking, I drag it across. Sharp pain and sudden wetness make me jump. Ah, shit! Reed starts. He stares at me as I start sucking my finger. Get help, please? I ask him. Yeah, on it. He rushes out while I take my finger out of my mouth. I quickly wrap it into the sheets. Damn, it's the same finger I've bitten through twice. Little fella must be cursed. Sorry, friend. Won't happen again, I promise. It's not badly cut, I think, but it's bleeding profusely. It's a good thing Rose isn't here. She'd lose her marbles. Reed soon returns with a nurse. She patches me up and takes the sheets to be cleaned. She leaves, or at least attempts to. She's pushed inside by the good doctor, who himself had just pushed through the crowd of carrion seekers, all eager to get a photo or recording of me. Fuck me, this is getting out of hand. We could use a cop or two here. Hell, a whole SWAT team. Where the hell is the security when you need it? Leave, please, he calls out to the journalists attempting to pile into the room. Mr. Anon needs to rest. No interviews. I put my hands in front of my face as the cameras start clicking in a never-ending cascade. No photos! Get out! Out! Reed, who has been standing quietly by the window up until now, stirs. He gives a long, low, throaty hiss, which cuts through the hubbub of voices like a hot knife through warm butter. All freeze, including me, Doc, and the hapless nurse. The way he tenses up, leans toward the journos and leers at them makes me shiver. That leer and posture is feral. Narrowed eyes, bared fangs, tail stiff and puffed up like a dust broom, fist half clenched with his claws partially slit out. If he's putting on a show, he's one hell of an actor. No. Look in his eyes. He's pissed off. Get out. He points at the door. I'll count to 3. They just stare at him in tense silence. Nobody moves or says anything. 3. He takes a step forward. There's gasping, a singular scream, and within seconds, all the journalists have cleared out of the room. Reed relaxes, grins at me, gives me a thumbs up, and beckons as at the nurse to leave. She does that. Quickly. She almost runs outside, and she's staying at least an arm's length away from him the whole time. He shuts the door behind her and goes to sit in his chair. Some reporters. He scoffs as he plops down the seat. Bit of tooth and claw and they're crap in their pants. He chuckles. There's no sign of anger in him. None. He was just dripping with killer intent, and now he's laughing and cracking jokes. Maybe this therapist he mentioned is working wonders on him. Whatever the case may be, despite his relaxed appearance, his eyes tell a completely different story. He's still angry, fucking pissed off. No secret amongst friends. It'll be better to wait for him to calm down first. Have you called the detective yet, Doc? He asks. What happened here? Evan replies with a question, nodding at me. I cut myself into the guitar string. I shrug. It's fine, Doc. I don't need stitching. He looks at the guitar. There's a speck of blood on the unfortunate string. He frowns, looks at me, then at my finger. We need to make sure. No, not now, mind you. He pauses to collect his thoughts. The force agreed to send 2 police officers. We'll wait for them to arrive before trying to move you across the hospital. I nod. I try to move my finger. Fuck. Oh, fuck, it hurts. Glance over at Reed. There's a slightly odd look in his eyes. Almost looks hungry. I start. Is this because of the blood? He is a carnivore. You hungry, big guy? I somehow manage to not make my voice crack. Reed blinks. His pupils shrink. That weird look disappears. Thank fucking God. Sorry. He looks away with an awkward chuckle. Evan looks at us both. You two take it easy now. I'll be back once the police officers arrive. He nods at us and walks to the door. Good day. He leaves. Me and Reed look at one another, then look away. An awkward, tense silence fills over the room. Neither one of us wants or is willing to break. Reed takes out his phone, and I do the same, minding my poor cursed finger. I feel a prick of need. The need to shitpost and be a menace online. But I don't give in. The curiosity of how Ripley is going to end up easily overwhelms it. Besides going onto a certain forum for the world's angriest Irishman, I peruse the news sites. Headlines alone are enough for me to predict his fate. Commissioner or an executioner? What do we know about Ripley Aaron? SDNN. Murky beginnings of the chief of VBPD, Flux News teases. 3 weeks of suffering, the story of Anon Y. Mouse. Step right up, step right up. PNC is a story of a lifetime. The articles only confirm my conviction. Posts on Reddit and Grab It tell the same story. Hero versus a cruel villain. Good versus evil. If only were that simple. Reed's chuckle pulls me back to reality. I look over at him. He's watching some video of himself and Rosa. They're singing some banda songs, I think. Or at least trying to. They're mostly laughing, then making futile attempts to catch up. They sound so happy. Can't help but smile a little myself. And they deserve it. Reed notices me looking and pauses the video. He looks embarrassed. Flesh spreads over his cheeks, joined by an awkward smile on his snout. It's just a stupid little video. He puts the phone on the windowsill. Happiness isn't foolish. He lifts his eyebrow with the tilt of his head. You're quoting Final Fantasy IX now? Really, dude? He snickers. I blush deeply, my head retreating deep between my shoulders. Well, it fits, I mumble out. I guess it does. He chuckles again and grabs his phone. Just as he's about to resume the video, there's commotion outside. We look at the door. We hear the familiar voice of an orange tyrant. Largas de aquí, malditos buitres! She shouts, her voice reverberating in the hall. Fuera! Swish! She just swung at someone. Fuera! Reed starts. Then, he relaxes. The threats shouted by that beast of a woman have the weirdest fucking effect on him. He starts blushing and looking at the door as if there was some heavenly music seeping through. Not Rosa shouting, the frantic scrambling of panicked journalists. There's this dreaminess on his face again. He leans forward, listening intently, jaw on the palm of his hand, elbow on his knee. We lost him. It's even worse than last Friday. It's over. Good luck, Reed, and good on you. Finally, Rosa makes it through the door. She waits until Stella passes through before slamming it with enough force to shake the room.
She then turns and casts a long, sweeping glance across the surroundings. She stops, freezes. Ah, fuck, she noticed the blood on the guitar. And my finger. Shit, fuck. Let's see.
What did you do to yourself this time?
Huh. She's calm. Guess the crowd outside tired her out. I guess journalists are good for something after all. I cut my finger on the string. It's fine, Rosa, don't worry. She shakes her head. Her hand's already on her hips. She leans forward.
Someone has to worry with how little you take care of yourself, Chico.
She wags her finger at me.
I let my eyes off you for a few hours and you're already bleeding.
Rather not think about how she'll react to my plan regarding the army. Not now, at least. We'll have to tell her eventually. As Rosa berates me, Stella scoots over to the vacant chair by my bedside and sits down. She's carrying a bag over her shoulder and the most curious smile on her face. I pay no attention to that at the moment, focusing instead on the other girl. The orange terror finishes her tirade with a grumble and a shake of her head. She turns to Reed. He's met with the widest smile I've seen on her yet and a blush of on her cheeks. He chuckles and rubs his head. She comes over and, without asking, sits in his lap.
Reed, Querido, is everything okay?
She quietly asks him. He replies so quietly that I can't hear what he's saying. I wouldn't be able to hear him even if he spoke louder, with Stella clearing her throat so violently. I turn to her. She looks impatient. And she's turning up her snout, a pout already forming. Seeing me react, though, she drops the act and becomes her usual self.
Anon, I brought you something to read.
She sets the bag down onto the bed and nods at it with a murmur of encouragement. I do take a gander. Huh. It's manga. A lot of it. How did she stuff so many books in this tiny bag without it bursting open? I look at her. Stella. I smile and nod. Thanks. Soon the atmosphere in the room is much different. I quietly chat with Stella, separating the books into piles of hell yeah and hell no. Rosa, meanwhile, sits in Reed's lap, the two whispering to one another. I glance over at them from time to time. Lots of snout nuzzling going on. How shameful, Rosa. Your parents would not approve. Reminds me of myself and Fang, the few times we shared such tender moments. Good for them. I hope they'll be happy. When the doc enters, the two lovebirds are watching that video Reed was watching earlier. Seeing Evan, Rosa gives a soft squeak and jumps off Reed's lap, crimson red from embarrassment. Doc only gives her a curt nod, then turns to me. Come, Anon. He ignores the piles of manga on my bed and beckons to me. We need to check if you haven't cut your tendon. Is it important? I nod at Stella, then walk over to him. Do you want to be able to play that guitar of yours? He nods at it. Oh shit, true. He opens the door. Instead of the expected crowd of the tormentors sent by their carrion overlords, there's peace and quiet. And a pair of cops standing at my door with the meanest looks on their faces they can muster. A human on my right and on my left. Holy shit. You here, Lee? The Sin Raptor starts, then grumbles. Officer Lee. You don't mind me dropping the title when I ask about the wifey? I grin at him. Good to see his familiar face. He grimaces when I mention one of the convos we had on my way back from the station, but then nods. His face relaxes. He looks at Doc, then at me. Can you escort us? Evan nods at me. That's what we're here for. He pushes himself away from the wall. Paul, watch the door. The stocky, mellow-looking man with the oddest mustache I've ever seen nods. Got it. We go. When we round the corner, I'm met with a camera to the face and a microphone to the mouth. Here she is, the adamant DNN reporter who got to kiss the doorknob earlier.
I'm Tracy Johnson with the Dino News Network. I only have a couple questions concerning...
Lee quickly moves in front of me and covers the camera lens with his hand. I peek from behind him. The cameraman jerks back, trying to get his equipment out of Lee's grasp, but to no avail. The journalist looks up at the Sin Raptor, annoyance and anger mingling on her face. Her wings twitch, and her hand clenches on the shaft of the microphone. Eat shit.
And who are you?
She asks. Look at the uniform. He lets go of the camera as the camera guy is mid-jerk, which makes the guy stumble and almost fall over. Leave. Mr. Mouse has no comment to make on the latest developments.
Are you here to provide protection for Mr. Mouse?
She asks, raising her eyebrows. The least we could do for him. Lee narrows his eyes. Now leave. Please. Her eyes shoot wide open. Oh shit, this is it. That's what she's been waiting for. She looks over at the camera guy, who gives her a thumbs up. God damn it, we'll be on the news. Sorry, Lee, didn't want to rope you into this that way. She turns away from us and beckons the cameraman to come over. Lee grabs my shoulder. We follow Doc Jones. I can feel the watchful eye of the camera on my back as we leave those two behind. I catch her talking into her microphone.
With the new chief appointed by the Volcadera Bluffs mayor, the VPPD has already seen major improvements in their conduct.
We round another corner. I can still hear her talking.
As you just saw, a police officer has been assigned to look out for the well-being of Anon Mouse, a hero in the tragedy that had befallen Volcano High. A stark contrast to the treatment offered to him by former chief of Volcadera Bluffs, Ripley Aaron.
My hand clenches into a fist, almost at its own. Volcano High tragedy. Fang. Fuck, I haven't thought about her in days. I was enjoying myself while she... No, calm down. There's nothing you can do for her right now. Calm breaths. In and out. In and out. In and out. Man, I wish I still had my pills. We arrive at the treatment room without encountering more vultures on our way. Thank Raptor Jesus for that. I do need stitches. Get local anesthesia, so it doesn't hurt. It's interesting in a morbid way. Watching yourself being put back together while you feel nothing of it. Feels weird. As if you were watching a medical documentary with you as the main star. I, being the weirdo that I am, of course, watch carefully. Shame that I left my phone in my room. Would make one hell of a photo. Lee observes the procedure with the same hungry look Reed had when he watched me getting patched up. I don't like it. Damn carnivores. Need to distract him before he gets hungry and decides I have a snack. I open my mouth, set on striking up a conversation, but he beats me to it. We have a temporary commissioner, as you heard. Yeah. I cock my brow. Who? Ert Stockton. He waves his hand. Assistant chief. You never met him. I nod a few times. Well, I almost expected old Glenn to take Rip's place. I'm not in the mood for getting into cop house politics. How's Miss Blue doing so far? Mrs. He corrects me. She's doing well, I think. I don't know much. He shrugs. Boys at the station say that things have finally started moving forward. He grimaces. She's uptight and by the book. You wouldn't believe it. It's good to have someone with a cool head and an unclouded perspective handling this mess. She'll be over quicker, and that's good for everyone concerned. A few days go by. Rosa, Reed, and Stella come and go, while I busy myself with getting a better grip on Fang's song. Need to come up with a title. Monochromatic brilliance. She does look like a black and white cartoon character, so it'd fit. Fuck, I don't know. Need to think about it. One evening, after a day-long solo jam session, Doc Jones comes into my room. I look up from a manga I'm reading. Seeing him, I set it down and sit up. Good evening, Doc. What's up? Your principal, Mr. Spears, wants to see you, he informs me. I nearly jump in place. Holy shit, the caveman took a sweet-ass time. It's been like, what, almost 2 weeks? Counting my blackout, since I gave him the letter? Yes, please. I nod enthusiastically. He leaves. Soon after, Spears enters. He greets me with a nod, closes the door, and walks up to my bed. After inspecting the chairs with a quick sweeping glance, he finds them lacking. He grimaces and decides to keep standing. Good evening, Anon. He gives me a small smile. I hope you're feeling better.
I am, thank you, Spears, sir. I drum on my thigh with my fingers. So, the letter? Fang read it. He pauses. It's a long pause. Very long. Excruciatingly long. It's so long, in fact, that my drumming stops and instead my fingers start gripping the sheets. I press my lips together until they form a thin line. Beep, 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 beep. Yep, I'm anxious. Who wouldn't be? The hell is he waiting for? Speak, goddammit. They were angry. Fuck. No. Until I explained your reasons. I also told them about your scheme. Oh, fuck yes. They were surprised by your idea, but they approve of it. Yes! Yes! They also gave me this. An envelope. I take it in my hands, trembling, cold sweat wetting the hospital gown. I stare at it for a long moment, my eyes wide open and burning from not blinking. Will it disappear if I blink? I don't want to find out. My stomach hurts, my heart slams out a steady, fast, strong rhythm. Do I want to open it? Do I want to know what's inside? I look at Spears. He nods at the envelope with his hand. With hands trembling so much that I can barely hold the envelope, I tear it open. There's something inside besides the expected letter. I shake it out in my hand. It's Fang's necklace. The emotions that flood me upon seeing this ugly-ass, crappy piece of jewelry defy description. Pain, happiness, sadness, despair. Those are but the few, and they meld together so quickly, swirling and mingling in my chest so violently that within seconds I can't tell them apart. All I can tell is that I'm squeezing the pendant in my hand tightly, hard, so hard that the edges are cutting into my skin. I'm sobbing through clenched teeth, shaking, choking back sobs. My vision's blurred from the tears dribbling down my cheeks in thick streams. The tears are hot. I feel like molten metal when they fall onto my chest, still drenched in cold sweat. Each such droplet makes me twitch slightly and produce a fresh sob. How long was I weeping for my sweet, sweet girl? I have no idea. After the tears run out, I calm myself down enough to wipe them away. I look up. Spears had moved from my bedside to the window, where he stands with his hands clasped behind his back. He turns from the window to me. The letter, Anon. He nods at the envelope. Read it. I don't know if I'll be able to, sir. I reply, glancing at the pendant. The mere sight of it's enough to make me tremble and sniffle. They want you to read it. Do it for them. He turns back to the window. Do it for her. He's right. Man the fuck up. Don't be a pussy. I gently sent the pendant down onto the sheets and take the letter out. It's hardly legible, as it's blotched with tears, and many parts have been angrily crossed out. Dweeb. I hope you'll feel better when this note reaches you. The principal told me about what Dad did, and let me tell you, he can go fuck himself and die for all I care. He's always been a dickhead, but this crosses the fucking line. I think I'll kill him next time I see him. Prison sucks, which is no surprise. It was just a surprise to no one. The food is shit, and so is the company, but I had some time to calm down and think. Remember when I called you? The guards keep talking. Nobody tells me anything, but I'm almost sure I killed more people than just Naomi. And I think I hurt many more. Next time you see Nazar, tell him that I'm sorry, okay? He may tell you to fuck off, which, okay, understandable. I did fucking shoot him. Still, please tell him I'm sorry. I love you, dweeb. No matter what happens, you'll always be in my heart. Your sweet tooth. I'm gonna fucking cry again, I think. Yep. Here it comes. Fuck. Didn't know ice could hold this much water. After what feels like an eternity, I settle down. Squeezing the letter, my eyes swollen and hurting. Face is drenched in hot tears and cold sweat. I set the letter down on the bedside table and grab the pendant. kiss it, then put it on. A tiny crumb of her, a reminder of her love and warmth. I fucking love you, Fang. Whatever happens, wherever I end up in life, I'll always fucking love you. Thank you, sir. I wipe my eyes with my forearm. He nods, still watching the panorama of the city. There's a hint of tension in that stone face. Hint of rigidity. Who knows how much my reaction moved him. He's unreadable. Spears, sir? He murmurs something. He's listening. What will happen to the school? He rolls his shoulders. I don't know. Great changes, that is certain. Wait, he doesn't know? Isn't he the fucking principal? I will be submitting my resignation tomorrow. I twitch. That goddamn mouth. Wait, what? A resignation? I stammer out. Why? He finally turns to me. His hands still clasped behind his back. He sighs and shakes his head with a sad grimace. I failed as a principal. He clenches his fist before his face. I failed as a caretaker of my students. I need to take responsibility, Anon. I didn't do enough, Anon. He interrupts me. For you, for Fang, Nazir, Naomi, and others. He takes off his glasses and rubs his eyes. So, this is a goodbye? He shakes his head and puts his glasses back on. I will not be leaving Volcadera, if that's what you're implying. We will meet again. He comes over. We shake hands. Good night, Anon, and good luck in your future prospects. Good luck, Spears, sir, and thank you. I watch him leave. Thanks, caveman. You aren't such a bad guy, all things considered. I delicately fold up the letter and hide it under the get well soon card. Then, I turn on my side, and tightly gripping the amulet in my hand, stare at the window until I fall asleep. I dream of Fang, of better days, and of the future that'll never be. I'm awakened by the sounds of crying. Not weeping like I came to expect from Rosa, but stifled, choked back crying. Wait. That voice. No way. No fucking way. She's here again? I open up my eyes, then look at her. Who the fuck let her in? Trish, do you have any idea what's... I freeze. She's holding Fang's letter. That little purpid salad-tossing, nub-horned bitch of a trigger is holding what I got from Fang. She's reading it. She's reading my letter. Meant for my eyes only. The fucking nerve on that bitch. I'll deliver a ass-kicking you deserve, you pint-sized trigger... Wait. She's crying. Like, actually crying. Not wailing in wild panic like she was on the day of the shooting. She's sobbing over the letter. Fuck, now that I look at it, Fang reused the paper I wrote the letter on. Fuck, that means she read both mine and Fang's letter. No. 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 But the tears of the trigger are enough to hold my rage back. For now, at least. Give it back, I demand. Do you hear me, you stupid bitch? She looks up from the letter. Her hands clench around the piece of paper. I tense up and hop off the bed. I leer. I leer at her, already turning pale with anger. If you fucking tear it to pieces, you bipolar piece of shit, I will... I clench my hands in front of me. She glowers at me, then looks back at the letter. I want to say that I'll snap her scrawny neck. Her dad be damned. But I can't force my mouth to work. Work, goddammit. You wanted a verbal whipping last time, Salad Gobbler? I'll show you a whipping you won't fucking regret. Or you won't fucking forget. She slowly gets up from her chair and, sniffling and mumbling incomprehensibly, she walks up to me. She extends her hand. I swipe the letter out of her grasp, then carefully straighten the paper out and look over my shoulder. You fucking done? I growl. Who the fuck let you in here again? Stuff the letter under my pillow. If Rosa found it, Dear Lord, I'd rather not think how she'd react. Trish just stands there, looking longingly at where I put the letter. I turn to her. She looks at me. Her eyes land on Fang's necklace. This produces a fresh sob which shakes her whole body. I just stand there, still. Still as a statue, as a stone. She's not my friend. I won't console that bitch. She does not deserve it. See what your idea led up to? I said in a quiet, trembling voice. Do you fucking understand now? I stab the air with my finger with each word. She just keeps crying. Her eyes, full of tears, dart from my face to the necklace, then back to my face. She's mumbling again, wetly and quickly. She's reaching out as if wanting to touch the necklace, to feel the crumb of Fang's presence. No, you do not deserve it. I step back. Her hand freezes, the look of pain on her face intensifying. Then, her arm slumps. She turns away from me. Man, this... No fucking compassion for her. She caused it. She might as well have taken up the gun herself and killed Nazar, Naomi, and the others. Be cold. Stone cold. Ice cold. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Then what is this... This fucking pit in my stomach? Why do I feel so bad? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why? I fucking hate her, and yet... No, fucking no. Get a hold of yourself, fucking idiot. I wish this tiny voice spoke up now. Little guy has the best advice, but my mind's silent, save for the whirlwind of my own thoughts. Trish takes a stumbling step. She sways as if she's drunk. Then another. And another. Should I let her leave? Her dad would have some serious questions if he came across her in such a state. But did I cause it? She read the fucking letter. I did not put it in her hand. She ruined the prom concert. I did not make her do that. I may have pushed Fang over at the precipice, but all she's been doing has been pushing my sweet girl right up to the very edge. I didn't do enough. Words of that fucking caveman start echoing in my head, louder and louder as I watch Trish stumble towards the door. She's slouching and hugging herself. I didn't do enough. I didn't do enough. I didn't do enough. God fucking damn it. Trish, wait. She stops. Then, she slowly, very slowly, turns towards me. She's trembling. Her cheeks are wet. Her hoodie's wet. Even her sleeves are soaked. There's a question in her eyes. And a plea. I beckon her to come over. She walks back. You may be the worst fucking person I have ever met, including those pieces of shit at my old school. I put my hands on her shoulders. She cowers upon hearing those words. But if Fang is important to you, you will not fucking run off on her again. Got it? I hesitate for a moment. She looks so sad, so pathetic, so much not like her usual confident self. I can't fucking stand it. Well, Rose's method of calming others down hasn't failed me yet. Worked on Stella, worked on Reed, may work on the trigger. I pull her into a tight hug. Initially, she tenses up and freezes like a startled little critter. Then she tries to yank herself away from me, beating on my chest with her fist. Gradually, she calms down and just slumps against me, trembling, silent. Now, let it all out. I pat her back. It'll help. She cries. Oh, how she cries. My chest is soaked within moments. My whole body vibrates from the force of her sobs as she weeps into my chest. The way she hugs is completely different from Reed's or Stella's. Well, Stella didn't exactly hug me, I just held her close as she cried. Trish, though, she clings to me pretty damn hard. Not as hard as Rosa, but still enough to make my ribs hurt. There's desperation, need for comfort and closeness in that hug. The way she grips my back, the way she gives me a couple bruises with how hard she's pushing her head against my chest. It's a miracle she doesn't skewer me with those tiny horns of hers. Was she really that lonely all this time? Probably. One of her friends is in prison because of her, and the other cut all contact. It takes a while. Finally, she's calm enough to look up at me. You feeling better now? She nods. Good. I nod back at her. Hey! She's weighing Fang's amulet in her palm. The look in her eyes. Longing, wistful, needful. I want to swat her hand away, but I check myself. She won't take it from me, something tells me. Yep. There she goes. She pulls away from me. Thanks, she mumbles under her breath. I still don't fucking like you, I tell her. She steps back, ready to cry again. I shake my head and raise my hand. Nope. I'm not invalidating what just happened, just making things clear between us two. Wait for her to calm down before I continue. But you loved Fang. So I guess you know how I feel. Maybe we can start over. I extend my hand to her. She looks at my hand, then at me. What do you mean? She wipes the remainder of her tears with her sleeve. I mean, we put those 5 months of retardation behind us and start acting like normal people. Well, as normal as we can, given the circumstances. I keep my hand extended. She tilts her head to the side, an unsure expression plain on her face. We both need help. I keep talking. And you can't deal with this shit alone. I tried that. Look where it got me. I make a wide swipe with my arm, encompassing the whole room with it. Let's help each other, so we can help Fang. She hesitates. She looks at my hand again, then back at me. Finally, after a moment of hesitation clearly visible on her face, she nods, and we shake hands. At this moment, the door opens. Hey, Anon, thought I'd come in before Reed pauses and freezes. I intercept before the rage contorting his face finds its target. I shove Trish behind me, shielding her with my body. Don't fucking make me regret this, you salad tosser. What is she doing here? Reed demands, stepping into the room and shutting the door. He starts to slowly walk towards me. She came to visit me, I tell him. And if you as much as lay a finger on her, Oh, so you two are friends now, huh? He throws up his arms. Good to know. After what I've shown you? After what I've told you? Fucking unbelievable. He turns on his heel and is about to stomp out of the room when I grab his shoulder. He freezes again. There it is. This growl. Yep, my skin is crawling, alright. His tail standing up again. Yep, here's that flicking of the tail. Fucking let go of me, dude. Reed's voice is calm, but there's a note in it that makes my heart stop for a second. Fucking let go of me, or we'll take a whole team of surgeons to sew you back together. Reed. He hisses. Trish stumbles on her words and falls silent. Kill me if you want, I say. Why am I so calm? I'm not fucking letting you go. He growls and looks over his shoulder. You're lucky that Rosa gives so much a shit about you. He says, his voice calm, his quiet, calm, and trembling. She won't after she learns what you've been seeing, that you've been seeing this backstabbing piece of shit behind our backs. I don't know why, but him mentioning Rosa makes my fucking blood boil. Who the fuck does he think he is, passing judgment in her name? Who the fuck made him the judge, jury, and executioner? Rosa didn't drop me and you, even though we both fucked up just as hard as Trish. I tell him, my voice cool and collected. I kept fucking up the whole semester, and she still cares. She still wants to be friends. I pause for breath. What makes you think things will be different with Trish? I hear the purple goblin stir behind me. She's looking at me now, I think. I can feel her eyes on my back. I don't give a shit. Have you even told Rosa what she did? I narrow my eyes at Reed. Gives him a pause. He deflates slightly. The look on his face shifts, gaining a tinge of embarrassment. Oh shit. Oh fuck, he didn't tell her. So much for no secrets amongst friends. I mutter. Shut up, he growls. He shakes my hand off and swivels in place to face me. Shut the fuck up! He's angry, but I'm calm. How? Maybe it's Fang's pendant, lending me a portion of her strength. We agreed to forget about her. He grabs his temple with his fingertips, then swings his hand away. And what do? He points at me. You go behind my back and turn all buddy-buddy with her? He clenches his hand into a fist. I grip my teeth. I wanted to talk it out. You told her to fuck off. Someone's misremembering shit here, and it ain't me. We didn't agree to shit. I lean towards him slightly, my brows furrowed. I wanted to hear her out. Then hug it out, talk it out, go fuck yourselves, and goodbye, friends. He spits out the last word with a forward jerk of his head. He points at me, stabbing the air with his claw. You better not show your face around town, or I swear I... Trish grabs his wrist. I blink. When did she... He freezes. Then slowly, very, very slowly, he turns his head to her. The two stand still, staring at each other in silence for a couple seconds. One is tensed up, his claws still pointing at me, his eyes wild, his pupils shrunk down to the size of pinheads. The other looks up, tense also, but much calmer, looking somewhat determined. He didn't invite me here, she says. If you want to kick someone's ass, kick mine. If you want to murder someone, kill me. She's not exactly calm, but her voice is firm. Reed scoffs and shakes her hand off. Well, would you look at that? He puts his hand on his hip, tilting his head with a sardonic smile. How very fucking benevolent of you, Trish. He claps quickly a few times. Hold up just a second. Okay. She lets her arm fall by her side and continues, as calm and determined as before. I don't have much to live for anyway. I love Fang, Reed. You have no idea how much. Reed's eyes widen. Only for a moment, though. They quickly narrow and fill with vitriol and malice. He turns to her fully, glowering at her with his teeth half bared. What do I have to show for it? Trish continues, full of bitterness. They're in prison because of me. They killed people because of me. I made them feel this way. Well, me and the skinny over there. She nods at me. But the blame is mostly mine. Reed raises his arm, claws out, hand half clenched. Trish watches it with indifference, I with silent horror. His arm falls by his side. Tears well up in his eyes. Tears of pain and rage. He opens and closes his mouth a couple times, each time letting out a syllable, but the emotions gripping him are too much to let him speak. I watch him struggle like this, feeling my stomach clench harder and harder with each of his failed attempts at starting a sentence. He finally overpowers the feelings that got him in their clutches. I hate you, he mumbles out. He leans forward. The worst person. He leans further, slowly shaking his head. I have met in my life. Their snouts are almost touching. Trish only stands there, looking at Reed. Reed glares at her for a moment, then straightens his back, gripping his brow. How could you do this to Fang? He grits his teeth. We were friends, for fuck's sake. His voice is trembling, wet, his tone desperate. Why? Lets go of his face and grinds the tip of his snout in his fists for a moment. He tenses up as if about to scream. Instead, he almost whispers, "Why?" "I wanted them for myself," Trish says. Reed takes a step back. "I do too." Well, I can't say I didn't expect this reason, but nor did I expect her to actually admit it. Reed's shock lasts but a millisecond. A step forward and he's back at his former spot, staring down at Trish with unadulterated disbelief. "So you tore them down?" he quietly asks. "Is that the whole reason?" Trish nods. She's trembling. From fear, anger, sadness, anguish, guilt? I don't fucking know. Probably all those at once. "I thought that maybe if I made them stop liking Hanon, they'd dump him." She nods at me. "But that backfired, then..." Then, Reed mocks her, tilting his head back and forth. "We fucking know what happened then, you selfish piece of shit." He inhales slowly through his nostrils and turns to me. "You still want to be friends with this bitch?" Do I want to be friends with her? Good question. No. She has a lot of work to do before I'll even start considering it. I glare at her. She returns to look, almost meekly. But we can't fucking leave her alone with all this. He shrugs. He looks sad. And spent. "Why not? After what she pulled?" He pointed at her with an open hand. "She burned bridges with you, me, everyone." Wallowing in misery will not help her, I tell him. And it seems that's all she's been doing since we spoke the last time. "What the fuck do I care what happens to her?" Reed shrugs, stealing a glance at her. "She didn't even seem to give a shit what happened to me, you, anyone, even Fang. Nice fucking show of love. Make your friend's band return a disaster and then run off like a little bitch." Trish recoils at those words. She turns away from us, gripping her snout. Truth hurts, doesn't it? We gotta be better, Reed. Better than her. He growls. "Why? What for?" Finally acknowledges Trish with a nod. "She doesn't deserve consolation. She doesn't deserve shit." Jerks his head forward. "For Fang." That makes him stop. Then slowly deflate. He slumps into the chair, his head hanging low. Then he wheezes in a bitter fit of laughter, his hands holding down his knee. It's dancing up and down really violently. Fang forgave her, I tell him. "Remember what you said?" "Fine." He sits straight at once. His back is straight as a guitar string. "I fucking forgive you, Trish." He sways his hand and jumps to his feet. "You happy now? Oh, benevolent one?" He spreads his arms, bowing ever so slightly. I watch him go to the door. Before he reaches it, he stops with a violent start, as if hit with a sudden realization. He whips his head around to face me. "We're still friends, right?" There's a sudden note of anxiety and uncertainty in his voice. "You don't think I was serious, right?" Fuck, it's good to have you back, man. "It's fine, Reed." Give him a thumbs up. "People say stupid shit when they're angry." "Now I know what you meant that day at Rose's." "Alright." He sighs, then looks at Trish. I'll need some time to think it over, Anon." He swallows, anger completely gone. He stands like this, hand on the doorknob, looking at me. Then, as if remembering what he originally came for, he starts talking. "You know, I'm going to a therapist after school today." He chuckles, unsurely. "Mom and Dad finally found a good specialist." Hangs his head for a second, then lifts it back up. "At least, they say it's good." "Oh, that's great." I nod at him with a smile. "You text me how it went?" He nods. "I will. Bye, Anon." He leaves. I turn to Trish. She's been watching our exchange in complete silence and stillness. "Give me your number." I pull my phone out, and I'll give you mine. She She blinks. Are you deaf? I frown and point to the bulge in her hoodie's pocket. Your phone number. Now. She fumbles to get her phone out of her pocket. And we exchange numbers. Now, wipe your face and fix your hair. I nearly order her. She does what I ask. There you go. Can't do shit about your hoodie, though. I look her over. Go. Be late for school. I'll call you when I call you. Do not call me first. Got it? She gives a slow, stiff nod. She grabs her bag, opens her mouth, hesitates, then closes it and shakes her head. Then she opens her mouth again. You're not such a bad guy, Anon. I have my moments. I sit on the bed. Now leave, please. She goes. I grab the guitar. Then I start strumming. It's a couple hours before the vultures return, making it somewhat difficult for the nurse to come in and check my bandages. From the sounds outside, it seems they've switched their attention from me to the pair of cops guarding my room. From what I saw on the TV, it is quite a sight. I feel almost like a governor or a president. I set the guitar down for a bit and click the TV on. I don't feel like changing channels, satisfied with its ambience filling the silence. It's DNN. It's the least we could do for him, Lee tells me from the TV screen. I look up. Man, Lee is a monster. The reporter's head barely reaches his chest. She has to look up quite high to look him in the face. Footage is cut off, replaced by the DNN studio. And more talking heads. I sit with my hands resting on the guitar, brooding over what happened in the morning. Trish read the letter. She knows what I'm planning. Knowing her crafty shittiness, she may try to mess with my plans. How would she do it, though? I don't know, she's awfully crafty. She did manage to dig up my past, even though I kept a tight lip about it. You still don't trust her? No, Conscience. Where the hell have you been all day? Fair, given what she's done twice already. The tiny voice in my head ignores the question I have for myself. You best keep tight tabs on her, then. Yeah, good luck with that. What, should I use Rosa to keep up what she's up to? I won't use my friend for shit like that. You'll have to do it yourself, then, my mind proposes. Yes, after we've seen how Reed reacted to simply seeing her in the same room as me, I bet it'd be just ecstatic knowing I'm hanging out with her. Great idea, Conscience. Rosa may be able to soften him up, the voice argues. She's a treasure, not a miracle worker. Give her a chance, it pleads with me. Reed will have to tell her about what Trish pulled first. Let's see if she can forgive her, like she forgave us. And no, I will not do it for him, behind his back. Did enough shitty retarded things. Then you'll just have to wait. I can almost see it shrug. No other way. Thanks for nothing. Great fucking advice. Sit with your thumb up your ass. The voice is silent. Guess even my own conscience grows tired of my shit sometimes. Fair enough. I grab the guitar. I put my finger to the strings, and then I pause. Fang's pendant. I fish it out from under the hospital pajamas and look at it carefully. Yes, it's a fancy guitar pick. Fang did buy it at the Museum of Music, didn't she? Would she mind me using it to play the song? Fuck, I don't know. I don't want to damage it. But, on the other hand, it is her pendant. A piece of her. And she loved playing and creating music. Maybe I should try... Fang wouldn't mind. It is her song, her soul, bare for me to see. Yeah, it's alright. This pick would be perfect for it. I take the pendant off and unclamp the link. I pull the pick off the cheap string and grip it with my fingers. Fits my fingers perfectly. Alright, let's do it. First, I do need to learn how to use it, though. A couple U-Snoot tutorials and 2 hours later, and I'm ready. The first drum comes out sounding like shit. My first time using a pick instead of my fingers, so no wonder. The second sounds better. Gradually, I improve. I am not playing anything in particular, just strumming randomly, trying to get a feel for it. It's not that hard, actually. Guess those jam sessions with Fang really helped me improve. I smile to myself as I play, thinking of those couple of weeks I spent in her room, doing nothing but jam out with her. I was happy, she was happy. Nothing mattered but us and the music. The happiest month of my life. If only I knew it was the calm before the storm. I missed a note. Oh no, focus. Focus on the good shit, not the bad. Don't focus on what happened after. Focus on her. On her smile. On that gleam in her eyes when she played her heart out. Focus on the warmth she made you feel. On how happy you were with her. How happy she was with you. The door opens and I snap out of my daydream. I shove it all, Fang, her smile, and the music, in the back of my mind. I look up from the guitar. It's Trish. She stops seeing me play. Just can't get enough of me, huh? I smirk. What's up?
Rosa told me to meet her here.
I cock my brow. Rosa? What, this is a meeting room now? Reed gave you her number? She shrugs. She shuts the door and sits on the chair by the window, dropping her bag on the floor. She sits there for a time, stealing a glance at me here and there. She narrows her eyes after noticing what I'm using to play.
Is that?
Yes, I nod.
Why are you...
Because it feels right. I glance at her. It's Fang's. She loves music. Just feels right to use it that way, instead of it dangling from my neck. She frowns, but says nothing. After a time... I'm sorry. She frowns but says nothing. After a time, she turns to me.
So what are you playing?
Nothing in particular, I shrug. Just practicing. I smirk. I do know one song, though. And that piques her interest. She leans forward, slightly, sticking her head out. She's squinting at me again.
What song?
I press down on the strings with my finger to silence the notes. Wouldn't you want to know?
Obviously, wouldn't ask otherwise.
I shrug. Might as well tell. No harm in that. It's a song Fang taught me. I look her in the eyes and nod, seeing them widen in surprise. Yes, Fang taught me a song. Doesn't have a title. She looks away, then back at me, then at the guitar, and finally at me again. There's a plea in her eyes, an unspoken request. She's fiddling with the string of her hoodie, absent-mindedly, nervously. Fucking nerve of that one. I will not play it for you, I tell her before she even opens her mouth.
Why?
It's mine and Fang's. Ours only. And our friends. I begin to strum again. Fast, random, chaotic melody. She winces when she hears it. Good. Squirm for me, you little leech.
But...
I interrupt her with a nasty loud strum. No. Stop asking. She clenches her fist. I do not fucking care how she feels about it. She had already overstepped the line. She should be grateful I didn't hurl her head first through the fucking window for reading Fang's letter.
I talked with the principal.
An ex-principal at this point. Does she know?
I asked him about you, and he told me what you want to do.
I pause. Not because of what she just told me. I never asked Spears to make some big secret out of my plans, so it's not that. No. What makes me stop is the look she gives me. Not the look of satisfaction with the pause she gave me, but of accusation? She doesn't look mad, but she does look disappointed.
You told me not to run off on Fang, you know, and now?
She frowns. The look doesn't leave her face. Even if she's getting angry, it only gains a sliver of spiciness.
You damn hypocrite.
I scoff and put down the guitar. Fang knows what I'm planning. Spears told her.
Them?
She, I hiss through gritted teeth, approves of my idea. If you weren't such a shitty friend, she would have told you. She narrows her eyes at me, tears welling up in their corners. Should I have not said that last part? Yeah, probably. But she needs to get it through her thick skull already that she isn't nor was a saint.
Any reason for doing this?
Spears hasn't told you? She shakes her head, leering at me with her arms crossed under her voluminous voluminous bosom. There's a look of expectancy on her face, as if I was obliged to fucking tell her. That's rich. Fuck it. May as well tell her the first two. Reed knows all three, Rosa knows the first two. So I tell her. And it seems to satisfy her, but not fully. She keeps glaring at me, even leers a little with that nasty scowl. There's still that expectancy in her eyes, which pisses me the fuck off. You bitch, you think I'll tell you? I grip the head of the guitar and drag the longer edge of the pick across the strings, producing an ear-splitting creaking sound. She covers her ear holes and grimaces, but says nothing. And she keeps fucking staring at me. The door clicks open. It's Rosa. Judging by the distinct lack of shouting and sounds of a brawl that should accompany her entry, it seems like the vultures have left in search of fresh trail. I wonder if they went after Reed. Doubt it. After his family, then. No, his father's a lawyer. Rosa's? I don't think so. Who cares? They're gone for now.
Hang on, we have to talk.
She shuts the door. Yeah, what Trish did, she interrupts him with a loud growl and a violent shake of the head. She then stomps forward, face tensed up with a myriad of emotions mingling on it, none of them pleasant. She stops by the bed, acknowledges Trish with a nod, then turns to me.
I know it, Fang.
She grips the railing of the foot of the bed upon speaking the name. It creaks.
I know what that...
She inhales sharply, closes her eyes and reopens them.
That person did to you.
I blink. Then I tilt my head confused. What is she? Oh. Oh shit. The voicemail. The goddamn son of a bitchin' motherfucking voicemail. Reed, why the fuck didn't you delete it? How the fuck did Rosa find out about it? Why the hell did you let her listen to it in full? Rosa, if you don't calm down, I will call for Doc Jones and he will have you escorted out. I point at her with a trembling finger. She blinks. She lets go of the railing, turns away and just grips the beaky part of her snout. She's trembling, quietly digesting the rage that's boiling inside her. I can still hear her mumble.
Asesinare a esa puta si alguna vez la vio.
She starts walking in circles, still gripping her snout.
Hacerle algo así a ese estúpido.
Her tail is swishing like a huge spiky broom.
Pagarás por esto, Fang.
What are you mumbling over there? I demand. Something about Fang? Trish speaks up. I think she's saying she's gonna kill him or something. Rosa stops. Then she rounds up on Trish.
Cállate!
You fucking said what? Excuse me? I'm calm.
You're expecting me to be calm after Fang...
She throws up her arms, her face turning red.
After what she did?
Trish looks at me, then at Rosa. There's a look of surprise and confusion on her face, growing with each word Rosa says, or rather growls out through gritted teeth. What the hell did Fang do? She asks, sounding worried. Nothing, I shout.
She used him!
Rosa shouts after me. She goes rigid for a second, her whole body going stiff, save for her arms, which she throws forward a few times in a pointing gesture.
You know.
Trish turns pale.
Oh. Yes,
Rosa says over her.
She sent a voicemail to Reed, where she admits it. That whore...
I keep my fist pressed against the side of my guitar. Rosa stops with her mouth open. She closes it. Then, she and Trish look at me, both scared shitless by the leer that sprouted up on my face. My face is cold and tingly. You better choose your words carefully, I say very, very slowly. Because if you ever, I point at Rosa, ever talk about Fang like this again, you will regret it. Rosa stares at me, wide-eyed. She's gripping her rosary. I gently set down the guitar. I forgave her, I say in a much calmer tone of voice. She just stares at me. Lasts a long moment. She wasn't thinking right. I continue. I wasn't thinking right. Forgive her. Please. She didn't know what she was doing. She loves me. I love her. Forgive her, Rosa. She slowly, very slowly turns around and then, to the surprise of me and Trish, drops to her knees. She puts her hands together and hangs her head low. Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos, santificado sea tu nombre. Her voice quiets down into a whisper. She stays like this for some time, not moving, not stirring, as still as a rock, passionately whispering prayers, all in Spanish. I do catch a fang a couple times. Gives me a start, but I don't say anything. Trish is as silent as me. Her eyes are darting from Rosa to me, from me to Rosa. She's confused, lost, angry, and sad. Fuck. If that's how things will be during my stay here, I will never leave the crazy house once they chuck me in there. Finally, Rosa stirs. She slowly gets up, then turns to me. She's calm now. I'm sorry for what I said, Anon. She leans on the railing. Even the worst sins can be forgiven, right? I muttered bitterly. After Jesus did forgive the guys who crucified him, didn't he? I grab the guitar and start to absentmindedly strum it. She sighs and nods. There are still pangs of anger in her voice. Not much, but still noticeable. It will take much, much more for her to forgive Fang than a single prayer session. She sighs again, slowly shakes her head, and looks over at Trish. Pobre chica, perdida y confusa. Trish stirs. The compassion in Rosa's voice is enough to bring tears out of her eyes. She looks up at the Ankylosaurus like a child who looks up to a mother. Rosa walks over, sits next to her, and looks her in the eyes. Everything will be alright, Trisha. She grabs her hand. As long as you live, you can make amends. Trish chuckles, very bitterly and very wetly. She wipes away the tears, almost angrily, as if she was ashamed of showing weakness in front of the two of us. I highly doubt Fang and Reed will be as forgiving as you are. After what Fang did to Anna. He forgave her, Rose delicately interrupts. You should too, if you still count her as your friend. Trish grips Rose's hand. Yes. Yes, you're right. She steals a glance at me. You've changed, Skinny. I shrug. I only half listened to what they were saying, busying myself with the guitar. Guess this place is now a prayer room, a therapy room, and a cry booth. Fuck, when will this damn day end? Baby steps. I mumble. She nods, then looks at Rosa. You can't run from what you have done, Trisha, she tells her. You need to face it, and that's how you move on. She pulls her into a gentle hug. Your papa is a doctor, no? Trish freezes when she's pulled into a hug, but then, with a shaky sigh, she returns it. Yes. Then ask him for help. We can support you, Anna and I, but that will not be enough, I'm afraid. Trish blinks, then grimaces, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. And Reed? She mumbles under her breath. Rosa sighs. It's a long, sad sigh, which makes Trish twitch as if it was the lash of a whip. Rosa hesitates. He needs time, Trisha. She pulls away from the other girl. She pats her cheek. Be patient. Time heals all wounds. I look over at the two. They're whispering now. Voice is too quiet for me to know what they're saying. I smirk. There may be some truth in what you're saying, Rosa. Who knows? This shit show will have a happy ending after all. And that is chapter 8. Ugh. Fucking stretch real quick. Scroll through chat real quick, see what we missed. It's like last year, including Callard there, so we're good with that. One time, the only time Anna will ever overpower Rosa in intimidation. Yeah, all he had to do was call Fang a whore. Crazy that, right? Can't wait for the Trish route stream. The Orpal stream, if you will. Hey, Mr. Streamer, just checking in. How are you enjoying the story so far? Mimi enjoys story. Mimi thinks story well written. Therefore, Mimi likes story. Oh, we're probably going to take a quick break here. Ah, damn it. I think I fucked up my big toe or something because it's a little sensitive. Yeah, that's... I'll look into that later. Ugh. Fang did the no touch. Fang did do a little bit of a no touch, didn't she? Gotta get something to eat. I'll try to be back in time for the next chapter. Long chapter, and also the band. Guys, we're gonna get the band back together. Anon's gonna replace Fang. It's gonna be easy. Don't worry, guys. Chose a bad time to start cleaning guns. Now they got tears wiped with CLP. You know, actually, was it yesterday? No, it was today. It was early today. I actually started trying to work on disassembling and reassembling my 1911. I hadn't actually tried field stripping it much before. I was able to get it down to mostly quick. Still need to practice it though. That fucking, what is it, the slide catch? That piece of shit's hard to get in and out. Ugh. Also, I just popped open the Discord real quick, and I see that there's a good chunk of people in there, and I see that Lanny is streaming Left 4 Dead 2, and I have a mighty urge right now to go play Left 4 Dead all of a sudden. Left 4 Dead, fun fucking game, man. Those are fun, but can be a bitch. Fuck the slide catch. Yeah, no, the slide catch is the most annoying part of the goddamn thing. Everything else just comes off nice and smoothly, but that slide catch, especially when you're trying to get it the fuck back in, you gotta like play fucking the most delicate game of like, okay, I gotta get the slide back just right here, and then push it in with some force, and you don't know if you're applying too much force or not enough force, and fucking bitch and a half. Also, for those on the YouTube side, you probably didn't see it, but I had to, while we were reading, pull out my gun and shoot 2 people in Twitch, 2 bots, and I was like, what the fuck? Is there something in the air tonight? Like, I had 1 bot before we started reading, and then we had 2 just like mosey on in and be like, come do this for view. I can sell you views. And I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Are you kidding me? Like I've said it before, I don't know what it is with Twitch, but like there's so many more bots trying to like sell like all that shit. Maybe it's maybe Automod on YouTube is doing a lot more heavy lifting than I give it credit for, you know what I mean? That could be a thing. Oh yeah, fuck that shit. Nice shooting, Captain Streamer. Thank you. As the lone mod to my own streams, I have to be able to kill. Left for snoots. Sell me gators, not view bots, please. This. Nice shooting, Mr. Creamer. Have I played an FPS on stream? I want to. All right, let me add a caveat there. Have I played an FPS since Snoot Game, or since Wani? I think I have, right? Let me look at my catalog real quick. That's a quick check. Let's see here. Live. I figure I have at some point. Oh, that was Marble Blast. That one. That's Project Zomboid. That is definitely not a first person. Oh yeah, Call of Duty Zombies. All right, I did play one. All right, cool. You excited to see Alan going to the Nut House? You should be there. You should be there. Will be a cameo there. I am sane of mind. Comparatively. I'm pretty good, guys. You don't gotta worry about me being a little kooky, a little quirky at night. Ooh. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break to just like get up, walk around for a minute, just let my old bones stretch. And then we'll be starting the next chapter. Give it like 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll be getting it going.
So you can go get your drinks. You can go use the bathroom. Do whatever you need to do. I'll catch you guys soon. All right. We're going to go to the BRB screen. All right, I'm back. Here's the FPS for you. It's called Cultic. I feel like I've heard of Cultic before. It's on Steam. Let us check. Cultic. Yeah, I've heard of Cultic before. This looks familiar. October 22nd, or October 13, 2022. $10. Yeah, I could afford a $10. $10 easy. By the way, depending on your mag for your 1911 and your 1911, you can use the mag to push and twist the front part. I think I see what you're talking about. All right. Duly noted. Good background noise when my friend watches me Sonic spin dash off of high spots and dying to try to speedrun text for grabbing stuff in antiverse Portal Worlds. It's fun times. I've been told many times that people enjoy these streams as nice, good background noise for whatever the fuck they're doing. How dare you, Mr. Streamer? What did I do? What'd I do? Poor Mr. Creamer, I scared him away. Back. Hello, Twisted. How dare you indeed. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was wander into the fucking VC for just a second to say hello, and then I got pointed at by Lassiter, and he said, "Aren't you supposed to be streaming?" He cracked the whip on me. He fucking went, "Get back to the stream pit now." I was like, "Okay." I ran with my tail between my legs. Heaven forbid Mr. Streamer tries to visit us in the VC. Don't worry, you deserve to play Left 4 Dead with Lanny after stream, even for several hours. Dude, the Left 4 Dead's a really cool game. That's all I got to say. Back. Hello, Swap. What tangent brought us here? I don't know. Streamer doesn't track his tangents. He very loosely knows where he even is half the time. Play DMC2. It's the best game. You know, one of these days I will just fire up DMC2 on stream and you're gonna fucking bear off. You'll be like, what the fuck? He's actually doing it. What don't you do? Whoa. There's a couple things I don't do.
I'm not going to name them, but I don't do them. Found that out from the 1911 guru at the range. There always is someone wiser than you that can impart knowledge. Wait, was that a fucking C96? Hold up a sec. Based ass gun. Alright, hold up a sec. Let me go ahead and get the fucking Babingas back up. There we go. Ooh, DMC2. I've played through DMC 1 and 3. I need to... I remember back in the day I played through like half of DMC 4, but like I was a dumb, stupid idiot baby. I didn't really know how to play those types of games. Nowadays I need to go back and play it so that way I can roll into DMC 5. Gonna listen to you on the go since I gotta go visit job department in 30 minutes. Thank the fuck for cell phones and data. Hell yeah. Modern amenities, am I right? Oh, yeah, Goltic. I should play some of those types of games. There's a good chunk of those that I haven't touched. Similar in playstyle at least, and similar in aesthetic too. Broom handle, Red 9. Red 9's one of those ones I'd like to get, but those damn things are expensive. Like if you want like a legit Red 9, like one of the Austrian contracts, you can get ones that have been rebored to 9mm, but you know, like you're looking upwards of like $2,000 easy for an actual Red 9. That shit is like, ugh. And that's if it's not in pristine condition. It's a bitch and a half. But I would like to have one at some point, just so that way I can complete like some Luis Serra drip. You know what I mean? So are you actually planning on playing any of the root mods? Yeah, I figure I'll play them at some point. It's just one of those things where I have to kind of figure out which mods I want to do for a night, do them, or planning out when I'm going to do them. And recently we've been kind of bouncing around. We've like, if we consider that I take like at least one day off each week, that leaves 6 days. 2 of those days are more reading days. One of those days is a community night, which leaves 3 days for doing other things like that. And recently we've been trying to jam through disco. So usually at least 2 days of disco and then like one free day if I feel like doing something else. So there's kind of like right now just one day of the week that I could potentially do it. And that's if I don't take like another day off for whatever reason. So it do be a planning issue on my end. Modern amenities, heck yeah. Listening to Snoop Fiction on the go is a must. Man, there's so many things nowadays that we have that it's so easy to like take for granted. You think like how it would have been like even 100 years ago, it would have been like, fuck this, man. What the hell? DMC 5 is really good. Oh, I know DMC 5 is really good. I need to get to it. Nice RA4 ref. I mean, I love me some RA4. Like when the fucking when the remake dropped, I dropped like the day of. I dropped like a fucking 13-hour stream playing through it. Shit was fun as fuck, man. I even like when the demo was out, I went through and did like the fucking psycho shit where I what was it? There was the Mad Chainsaw mode that would randomly happen, or that could randomly happen when you were playing, which replaced the El Salvador with like the fucking coked up version, which was way harder, and everything else was harder as well. I did that mode, or like I grinded out that mode to do it knife only. I popped off so fucking hard when I did it too, because I killed Psycho Salvador with the last step. Like literally my knife broke on his head and he fell down, and that was it. It's like I put that up I think as like a video on the channel. Like I was so proud of that shit. And then someone in the comments was like, you said knife only. Well, okay, no, it wasn't knife only. I used grenades as well, because you kind of needed to use those. But someone was like, I think someone said something along the lines of like, oh, you didn't actually do it like knife only. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm confused. Remake or classic? The remake is where I did the Mad Knife, but I've played both remake and classic. Back in the day, classic was like one of the games I jammed out a ton. I'd like both of them though for what they are. Like remake has a lot. I like the systems in remake, particularly like the parries and shit, because that always scratches an itch in my brain. But the classic is just nostalgic. Do we get a schedule or?
No schedule. I really should be posting like a schedule like near the end of the week. Maybe I'll try to make it a bit more of a plan where at the start of the week, maybe like on Sunday or something, I start trying to release like a schedule for what I tentatively want to do for the week, just so that people have a better idea of what I'm planning on doing. Because usually I have an idea, I just don't fully form it. I think if I were to do that, it might be a little easier for me to lock in on some streams. So that might be something to try and start making a habit of. You can substitute the one of 2 reading days for a Snoop mod stream. That's true. Maybe we can make one of the Sunday nights a nice mod night. I'll think into it and figure it out. I think what's a good idea would be, so currently like the plans as is, there's going to be 1 day a week where I have like watch night shit. At least currently that's how it is. It might turn into 2, who fucking knows, but for right now that leaves the other days. So we have Mondays being our read day. We have Wednesday, Tuesday through Friday being kind of like whatever I'm feeling or whatever we're doing at the time. So recently it's been Disco Elysium, so that's going to fill up most of those time slots, but we can always do something different as well. Saturdays are the community nights. Sundays would probably be free day or read day. And then Mondays would be read day, right? If I didn't already say Monday. So we have like 2 days that are set in stone, being the reading day on Monday and then the fucking community nights on Saturday. So the other days we can kind of pivot around stuff if need be. But Sundays are kind of like a half and half, given that those have been taking up our read days as well. Since, you know, we do need more days to be able to get through this shit. Streamer S. Kennedy. Love both. Fucking need to play the remake. Remake's really good. Actually, Mr. Streamer, you technically didn't do a knife-only run. Yes, I know I didn't do a knife-only run. I think I changed it so that it didn't say knife-only, but it had knife and grenade-only. Because it's still impressive as fuck. I didn't use any grenades, or any fucking guns, baby. No bullets here. We only stab. Have you tried Cultic? Was not here when you answered. I have not tried Cultic, but I have seen it before and would be willing to give it a try. Oh, man. I was going to get ready to read here, but I think my gut has decided that it wants to do something different. So I might need to take another quick break. Apologies for that. I'll be back real quick, and then once I get back, we'll go ahead and roll into the game. Or the game? Sorry. The snoot fic.
I'll be right back, okay? Jesus.
Okay, I'm back. Bro has that Krakatoa gut right now. Bro, I always got the fucking Krakatoa gut. Like, I don't have control over my bowels. My bowels have control over me. It's a fucked up kind of system we got going on over here. You good? You good? We already read chapter 8. Yep. We're going to be starting chapter 9 in just a moment here. The game? I lost. God damn it. Lost the game. And with that, we will go ahead and roll into chapter 9. Let's not piss about much more here. We're about 2.5 hours in, so after this, we'll probably be sitting at just about 4 hour marker, which is a good time for the stream. So, here we go. Chapter 9. Lock and Key. Summary. They locked me up and hid the key. For now. Notes. Thanks a fuck ton to the inept knight on Discord for a fuck ton of help with this chapter. Is that everything, Anon? I think. Your necklace, Anon. I grip Fang's necklace through my hospital shirt. I don't want to give it away. Reminds me of Fang. It's a part of her. It's been my comfort and support ever since I've received it with my sweet girl's letter. I've read that letter at least a dozen times. I have it memorized now. Down to the last syllable. God damn it, it's really fucking hard to give up that necklace. I just got it. This crumb of Fang's presence. When I first put it on, it felt as if we were reunited to a degree. When I played the guitar with the pick, I could almost feel Fang's hand guiding me along the strings. The strength and warmth it provided me, it made me feel sanguine like I haven't felt in days. And now, they expect me to give it up. I have to toss it aside like some common trinket. All because of some stupid-ass hospital procedures. Fuck's sake, I must have suffered brain damage somewhere along the way. It's the only way I can rationalize why I agreed to this bullshit anyway. Feels damn near impossible to give it up, even though it's going into good hands, namely Rosa's. Feels like in some way I'm betraying Fang, and the thought of that, let alone acting on it, makes my stomach retch in a phantom pain I didn't know I was capable of. Rosa's looking at me now, patiently waiting for her hand, with her hand extended. I grumbled at no one in particular. From Rosa's perspective, I must look like a dwarf or a leprechaun who's refusing to give up their gold. I don't want to think how long this standoff has gone on for. This whole situation's embarrassing. And it's even happening at all feels mortifying, but I can feel the stress of the situation getting to me. Fuck, this is already looking like an uphill battle. Don't need any more of my stupidity adding to what I have to tackle. God damn it. I sigh as quickly as I can remove Fang's pendant and carefully hand it over to Rosa's hand. Just like a band-aid, better to rip it off and get it over with. Even though the second I remove it, a stabbing feeling aches across my heart. I want it back. It takes all my will in that moment not to just snatch it out of her grasp. I will take very good care of it, Chico. She folds the cord as if it were an extremely delicate flower and puts the necklace into an envelope. There was a moment of silence due to the passing thought crossing my mind. I wonder if what I'm feeling is anywhere similar to what Reed had to go through before he gave up Carfé. The moment passes, and I remember that my voice still works and speak. I know, Rosa. I give her my best fake smile, which fails to hide the great pain I'm currently feeling. My eyes dart towards the envelope. My fingers twitch. I want to grab it, take it from her. It's mine. Fang gave it to me. No one's supposed to have that pick. It's mine, 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 goddammit. Even though I'm absolutely fucking livid beyond my current memory, I actually succeed in keeping a neutral expression on my face. She'll keep it protected. I'm mostly sure of that, but Raptor Jesus help her if something happens to it. I honestly don't know what I'd do to her if something happened to it. That thought actually terrifies me. I straighten my head and properly look behind her. Reed is standing by the door with my guitar and a bag of my clothes in his hand. He returns the look, with a degree of hesitation and uncertainty. You can take the letter with you, Anon.
Doc Jones tells me. Put it in one of those books Stella brought you. I visibly relax at the statement. At least I'm not entirely getting screwed over. Praise be to small miracles. Already done, Doc. Was hoping you or the staff would show me some mercy. Doc Jones dryly chuckles at that. I'm allowed a few books in the ward, which is nice. They're supposed to have a small library there, but I'd rather rely on the tried and tested methods of entertaining myself before I experiment with any new material. Said tried and true methods include my Japanese animes in the paper form. It's good that you still have some spirit down on. Doc Jones nods, then turns to Rosa. Thank you for returning my call at such short notice, Rosa. Anything for a friend, Doctor, she replies, smiling. Call me, Reed, Stella, or Trish if you need any help with Anon. I give a nod at every person she enumerated. Evan gives me a snort, or a short, cautious look, upon hearing his daughter be mentioned. He still remembers what I said about Trish almost a week ago. Real fatherless behavior. All true, it was one hell of a shitty thing to say in front of her father. My foot tasted especially salty at that moment, but I think he'll forgive me for that slip of the tongue. Maybe Trish talked to him about the little heart-to-heart I had with her. Maybe she just mentioned that she hugged it out in there. Whatever the case may be, Evan's look gradually lost the slight hardness which marred it ever since my slip. I will, Rosa. Don't worry. She sighs, then, before I know what's what, I'm being crushed in a hug for the ages. Relocation day. I attended it alone. If we discount Lee and his buddy Paul, Doc Jones, and a crowd of journalists relentlessly pursuing us across the hospital, Rosa didn't come. Neither could Reed, and Trish agreed to stay the hell away from me until I called her. Stella didn't appear until we were some ways down to the psychiatric wing. I saw her between the journos crowding around us looking worried and concerned, tense and unsure. As she followed us, of course. All the way, she stayed outside of the ring of journalists going after me. She was never strong, so she couldn't push her way through the crowd like Rosa or Reed. Even still, she kept doing her best to keep up and be in eyesight of me. God, she can be way too sweet sometimes. I gave her a thumbs up from my crowd, which seemed to have put her at ease. She smiled at me, nodded, then went off somewhere. To wait out the storm, I presume. I was left alone, but not for long. We finally made it to the entrance of the ward. Double-winged doors, surveyed by a pair of cameras, and a pair of security guards, or nurses if you ask their proper title. The guards intercepted the journos, with the assistance of Lee and Paul. They bought us the space for me and Doc Evan to safely pass through the doors with what meek belongings said Dr. okayed me to have. I'll take you to your room. A doctor will soon come and ask you some questions, Evan says, turning his head to me. The corridor is quiet. A commotion outside has been cut off by the thick doors. The upper part of the walls and the ceiling are taken up by a visage of blue sky, complete with a few small clouds and flocks of birds, while the lower part is painted green, in representation of grass and all kinds of flowers. Dear Lord, it reminds me of being in a nursery. It takes me a moment to realize that, yes, I may truly be that retarded for making that comparison whilst in a hospital. Alright, Doc. I sigh. The only things I have on me are the manga lended to me by Stella, and even those I have to carry in my hands. No bags allowed here, for obvious reasons. My phone, I gave to Rosa yesterday, as well as my guitar and Fang's necklace. I just realized there's a very real possibility I could either turn crazy or die from the inevitable boredom. Come on, Raptor Jesus, is it too much to ask for you to throw me a bone? At this point, I'm owed a skeleton. From the corner of my eye, I can see Doc Evans tilt his head to me and raise an eyebrow. Fucking mumbling. Christ, I can still see my hand trembling when I gave the necklace to her. Good thing I put the letter away before they moved me. I couldn't leave it in my old room. I'd get lost or thrown out. Wouldn't be able to bear it. I don't know what I would do if that happened. Do you think they'll allow my guitar here? No. Doc Jones takes out his pen out of his pocket, clicks it a couple times, and drops it back in. I nod. Yeah, the strings. Figures. Wouldn't want crazies killing each other with those, now would we? Indeed, we wouldn't. His features harden. Twice. In less than 2 minutes. Really need to ask Reed to bring me that roll of tape or something so I can get a handle on this shit. Doesn't take us long to make our way down the long corridor. Along the way we pass by a couple patients. Only dinos. Wonder if I should take comfort in that or not. Most of them pay no attention to us, just going about their business. I do get some curious stares from the less lucid-looking ones, but never a word or comment passes their lips. After Jesus on a dancing pole, be praised for that. Can't really complain about the crazies since I'm one of them now. Only God, the devil, and the Buddha knows for how long. I'll have to learn to live with them sooner rather than later. Still, discussing someone's schizoid ramblings or watching a loon spurg out while their wrangler isn't present aren't high on my to-do list at the moment. We round a corner. At the end of the portinian of the walkway, there's a door. Double-winged variant, watched over by a security guard. This door is much more solid than the one we passed through earlier. The closer we get to it, the more I realize it better belongs in a prison than a hospital. It's made of metal, for Raptor Jesus' sake. To either side of the door are a very small, very thick, very much reinforced windows. Above it, there's a text in capital black letters, pronouncing it as an entrance to Block B. I take back my previous comment about Volcano High making for a good horror game location. Might as well have been transported to Silent Crater. Fucking hospitals, man. Keep staring at this gate to the actual loon house as we continue down the corridor. Uncertainty and anxiety sprout up in my mind like a pair of poisonous vines, slowly pushing themselves into my train of thought. Block B. I wonder if that's where they keep them special cases. Schizos, psychos, the violent sort. I really hope the doctors don't find my brains lacking. Who knows what kind of amusements could await a pussy such as myself if they decided to move me there. Grip the mangas a bit tighter. Calm down. Nothing that will happen. You'll get through this without going off the deep end. Have some hope. We arrive at the dark wooden door, numbered 10. There's a doorknob on it, but no lock to be seen. Doc goes in first, then lets me in. I follow. Were you expecting a padded cell? He smirks, seeing me look around. Honestly? I look at him. Yeah, I was expecting exactly that. Not anything wooden. We're not in the past anymore, Anon. Doc shakes his head, his smirk widening. This place looks more like a cheap motel room than anything. A table, some chairs, a drawer. Hell, there's even a clock on the wall. The only thing that sets it apart from some cheap-ass hotel holdout is the hospital bed by the window. The window has no handles and is very thick. Of course, this is the crazy house after all. And what's stopping me from bashing my head open on the table? Your common sense. Doc leans towards me with a frown and a serious look on his face. Which I hope is still there. He taps his temple with his finger. If that's not the case, you'll be relocated to Block B, the special care unit. I swallow, then slowly nod. Special care unit. Huh, so that's what they call it. Turns out they do have padded cells here. Gonna have to keep that in mind while shrinks pick my brains apart for analysis. Duly noted. Doc nods. Good. Now get settled in. A doctor will be with you shortly. What about you, Doc? He looks down at his pen, fiddles with it, then looks at me. I'll come to check in on you later today. He greets me with a curt nod. Have a good day, Anon. I put the manga on the bed and pick one up, then sit by the table. The co-op group is not the best manga in the world, just another piece of contemporary media shot out during the meteor scare of last year. Did gave us Caveman and On after the publisher went under and had to sell off the property, so it's not all that bad in my eyes. Too bad Stella only brought me the co-op part of the series. I sink neck deep into the world of humans and dinosaurs living in disharmony as I wait for the shrink to show up. Who the hell plays L&L when the world's about to end? You won't ever finish that campaign anyway unless it's a one-shot. The click of the door opening pulls my attention from Raoul, an oddly familiar-looking Aquiliops, giving a very basic and very cheesy speech about the power of friendship and unity. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. You'll need bald punchmen to deal with that meteor debacle, not hugs and kisses. Who knows, he may have a cameo later. A doctor enters my room. I give them the customary inspection. Dark green stegosaurus woman who looks somewhere in her mid-40s. Her hair cut neat and short, greets me with a nod. She's holding a folder and a document pad in her hand, twirling a pen between her fingers. I put down and close the manga, then get off the chair. Hello, I'm Dr. Candace Oswald. She gives me a soft smile. Candace nuts. Fuck, no, be serious. You're about to get treated, not to goof off. I smile back at her. After an awkward moment of standing still, I come over and extend my hand. She shakes it. Hey, Anon. I nod. Let's sit down. She nods at the table. We sit. She sets her things down on the table, while I take my manga and put it in my lap. She waits for me to look at her before she starts talking. I've been assigned to you by Dr. Evan Jones as your lead doctor for the duration of your stay in our hospital's psychiatric ward, she explains. She opens the folder and clicks her pen. Now, I want to know a bit about your case. I know a bit about your case from the documents given to me by Dr. Jones, but I still have a couple questions about what happened to you. Dr. Evans told... Oh, okay. Dr. Evans told me beforehand you'd have some questions for me in preparation for this, but if you don't mind me asking why. Wouldn't you have... Oh, okay, this is actually Anna. Whoopsies. Wouldn't you have everything you need in the medical documentation? I need to know the specifics, so we can adjust the initial therapy program and medication to your needs exactly, she explains. Usually the documentation we are provided with upon receiving a new patient is much more extensive, but you've been moved here on such short notice that our team had very little time to procure information about you. I nod. That makes sense. Doc transferred me here in, a week? That's not enough time to gather information about someone. Unless you're a Fed. Judging from the size of this place, the staff already has a lot of people to keep track of. Alright, I drum on the table with my fingers. Ask away, Doc. She nods and begins. She has a lot of questions. About what happened at school, how it affected me, how I overdosed, if I actually wanted to kill myself when I did it, about Ripley, about my friends, my parents, other family, and much more. I answer them, one after the other, and they keep coming. By the end of this little interview, my throat is slightly hoarse and my mouth is tired. That'll be all, she nods at me. Normally I'd let a new patient rest here after the interview, but from what little beforehand and with all this new information, I don't think leaving in this room isolated would be the healthiest for you. Please, follow me. I follow her out of my new room and back to the hallways. After walking in silence for a few minutes, we arrive in a large common room. Most of the residents of this fine establishment are gathered around a TV set, watching some game show. Wheel of Fortune, favored amongst grannies. And loons, apparently. It's simple, mindless entertainment, perfect for struggling brains, something both consumer groups have to cope with. The rest of them mill about, chat, or play board games, mostly checkers. A couple are sitting apart from the others, an orderly watching over those. And those that are silent are almost statues still. Their eyes are foggy and unfocused. It's a bit disturbing how similar they are to dead men. And this is the common room. You can come here to relax, watch TV, or chat with other patients. Doc Oswald makes a small, sweeping gesture with her hand. We lock it up at 9 in the evening. I nod. She leads me out and down the corridor. Another large area awaits us behind a set of double-winged doors. It's set with long tables and chairs, almost like an old-timey high school lunchroom. A single janitor is mopping the floor, bobbing his head to the music blasting from his headphones. Mess hall, she explains. Meals are served at 9 in the morning, and 2 in the afternoon, and 7 in the evening. I nod again. I'm guessing the showers are shared too? She shakes her head. No, each room in this block has its own bathroom. Only Block B bathrooms are shared. Thank fuck for that. Last thing I need is seeing some loons freaking out because the water is too cold. She stops and turns to me. She's gazing at me with a look of utter disappointment. Fuck. To myself, ask Reed for a roll of tape, the largest he can get his hands on. Please don't use such words. She slowly shakes her head. People here aren't dangerous. They need help. Like you. She nods at me. But they aren't loons. She cringes slightly. Most of them have been admitted here at their own request, like yourself. Sorry. I look away, scratching my head. Slip of the tongue. She sighs, shakes her head again, and beckons to where we came from. Again, please don't use such language, she says in a quiet voice as we make our way back to the common room. Your fellow patients are hurting just as much as you, and it would help you greatly to show them as much compassion as you're able to. I swallow and hang my head, beet red. Jeez, lady, I already apologized. No need to bust my balls over a word. Some of the people here are weird, like that guy by the window. But I guess she has a point. They're all suffering, and from the looks of it, all have it worse than what's wrong with me. He's hurting nobody, just scribbling on a piece of paper. Though he does look pretty fucking angry as he's doing it. I'll remember that. No matter. Sorry about earlier. It won't happen again. Thank you. She stops at the door to the common area. Now please, try to socialize. It'll help you. I take a step towards the door. Then I stop and look at Candace. Is there a phone here I can use? I want to call my friends, tell them where I am. She nods. Yes, there are 2 in the common room. Thanks, Doc. She murmurs something in response and leaves. I enter. The game show on TV has ended, and now the Seekers of Entertainment are watching some nature documentary. The board game enthusiasts are still neck deep in the competition against one another. Some have changed tables, others just started a new round. The silent ones are still silent and watched over by an orderly. I look over at them. The group shrank a little from how it was a few minutes ago, when I first came here. Some of its members have moved to either the TV or to one of the 3 windows on the wall on the left. As I keep gazing at the group, one of its members grabs my attention. A familiar face in the sea of strangers, or rather a pond. I come closer, discreetly taking her in. A pale yellow combi girl, red-haired and eyed. Literally, her hair is the color of ruby, or, if I wanted to be dramatic, blood. She looked slightly younger than me. She's wearing the same kind of shitty hospital pajamas as me, though her garments are in a slightly different shade of blue than mine. She's sedated. Hard. So hard, in fact, that she's barely moving. She only sways softly from side to side. Her head occasionally gives a soft twitch. Her tail hangs loosely from the chair. The only part of her which hasn't been impacted by the sedatives coursing through her are her eyes. Actually, they're the only part of her face that doesn't scream mindless stupefaction. They dart back and forth across the room like a pair of cameras, taking in her fellow loons with a dose of lucidity that's quite disturbing when compared to the rest of her person. The more I look at her, the more it comes back to me. I know her. Back in school, she was in some sort of puppet show club. I saw posters advertising in the corridors. A puppet show club in high school. Can you imagine a more asinine idea? Something that fits more with a goddamn kindergarten, not a school filled with angsty, angry, and apathetic teenagers. I only got a few glances at her in the corridor during lunch breaks. She never bothered anyone, but still, she always had an air of disturbing weirdness around her. She was always shivering a little, mumbling and muttering to herself nonstop, twitching and tweaking as if she was constantly on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. Wait. School. Oh, God. Was she there when... She looks at me. Our eyes meet. The inner machinations of her mind are an enigma, but what I see is enough to give me a bit of a start. I have to gather the whole of my force of will to not turn around and run the fuck out of the room. The look in her eyes always was a bit weird, but now, Raptor Jesus on his cross, it'd make me crap myself if I hadn't already gripped my nerves with an iron hand. The orderly, a kind-looking yellow parasaur, follows her eyes and notices how pale I am. He looks back at her and gently taps her shoulder. She looks up at him. Wendy, please stop scaring the other patients. Sorry, she mumbles out, on the brink of hearing, slowly turning her eyes to the floor. Hey, it's fine. I raise my head and shake my head. I'm Anon, by the way. I nod at the orderly. I got moved here today. The orderly nods with a kind smile. James. I look around the room, then back to him. No phone in sight. Hey, Dr. Candace told me that there was a phone here I can use. can you tell me where I can find it? I'd like to call my friends. He nods and points to the far end of the room. There are 2 doorless passages there, separating a pair of smaller rooms from the main area. Another orderly, sitting in a chair, reading a book, watches over those. Thanks. I go over to the vigilant guard, state my business, and after a moment consideration on his part, I'm allowed to proceed. Thank you, soldier. Your country is very proud of you. The phone room is small, furnished with a table and a chair. The walls are painted a calm hue of green, something between pistachio and grass. A security camera, the watchful eye of my benefactors, hangs under the ceiling like a giant grape, carefully observing me as I wave at it. Sit down and look over at the desk phone on the table. I pick up the receiver. Let's see here. What time is it? Like 10 in the morning? Stella must have already left for school. Reed's at school right now as well, so calling him's out of the question. So is Rosa. At least one person. Wonder if Trish is at school. Might as well try calling her. She hasn't been doing too well lately. Gee whiz, I wonder why. What was her phone number? 1 beep, 2 beeps, 3, 4, and she picks up. Hello? Hey Trish, it's me, Anon. I recline in the chair a bit. What's up? She's quiet for a moment. Where are you calling from? I don't know this number. From the hospital. I shrug. Rosa told me told you they'd be moving me soon. To we're hanging out, right? Even though I can't see her, I can still hear her shifting around. She's probably laying on the couch or in her bed, judging from the sounds. So she's not at school. Oh yeah. How you holding on, Skinny? I grit my teeth. She's tense. And sad. What is this pit in my stomach? It grows, then shrinks as I swallow, but I just can't get rid of this tiny grain of compassion for that pint-sized trig. Must be me seeing it at her worst. Okay, dumbass, focus. She's waiting for an answer. I speak up, staring at the ceiling with my arm behind my head. I'm doing good. As good as I can, given how wild the past week has been. I scratch my head. And what about you? You sound sad, Trish. What's up? It's been hard, Anon. Lonely? Kinda. She sighs. Rose is busy. Trish sighs. With school, helping her dad on his farm. She hesitates, and when she speaks again, her voice trembles slightly. With Reed? She sighs again. I can hear her rubbing her snout. I don't want to butt in, you know? Live and learn, Trish. Live and learn. Glad you've learned that lesson. Only 999,999 to go. You see. Well, I hesitate. Man, I absolutely fucking suck at small talk. How's your day going so far? Anything fun? How's school? She replies after a prolonged, thoughtful silence. I can hear her shift. Come to think of it, I never saw her house. She's not living with Evan, so it probably reeks of ass. It's been shit. It's been shit. Riley! She leans away from the phone. Put that the fuck down or I'll snap you in half. Cocky voice of a tween replies. Yeah, and then mom's gonna whoop your ass. She's gonna whoop yours if you don't put that down, Trigger. Gonna snitch on me, man? Fuck you, bitch. Not only does her house reek of ass, it's filled with insufferable brats. She has to look over them. Truly a perfect environment to work out the shit she's been going through. No wonder she's in such high spirits in the few times we met in the hospital. Sorry. She sounds annoyed. I haven't been to school. Mom told me to keep an eye on some of my siblings. She grumbles under her breath. Something about an old trig of bitch. I'm failing my classes, I think. You think? More sounds of shifting. She shrugged. I'm out of school more than I have been since... She gives a long pause. Since Fang did what they did. Another pause. When she speaks again, she's more composed. What about you, Skinny? You holding up over there? I look around my surroundings. It's pretty nice here. Not much better than my former locale. Not much better than my former locale, not by a long shot, but it's mostly quiet here. Calm. No journalists, no police commissioners wanting to break your mind and spirit, no friends screaming at you and calling the love of your life a whore. Man, it's been a crazy couple of days. Relocation may not have been such a bad idea. Yeah, I'm holding on. Somewhat. I snort. Company ain't too swell, though. She rapidly shifts. Must have sat up. Straight.
Wait, you're in a... No way you're in the asylum. Shit, Anon, if this was a few months ago, I'd make a joke that's where you finally belong.
Fuck you. I say with an even amount of mirth and venom.
What, that crazy bitch friend of yours finally got put in a straitjacket?
Riley, I assume her brother, chimes in from the background.
About damn time.
I grip the phone with the force of 1,000 suns. Little fucking... I'll show you a crazy bitch, you little trigger piece of shit. Trish, kick that trigger's ass for me. She doesn't hear me, having gone on a long-winded, incomprehensible screaming rant at her brother. For a minute or two, I hear nothing in the receiver, but her shouting at him to shut the hell up and fuck off, and him mouthing off to her, using some nasty ghetto lingo. I would bother to remember some of those if he hadn't made the fatal mistake of talking shit about Fang. Now I wish for nothing but him getting a proper ass-kicking. Suddenly, there's a clatter in the receiver. Phone must have fallen to the floor. Running, a sound of a kick and a scowl of pain, sounds of a struggle and a door opening. Suddenly, asking you shall receive.
Fuck out of here.
Trish shouts somewhere in the background.
Your trigger ass better not come back here before evening or you're dead. What am I supposed to do the whole day then? Throw bricks at cars, beat up some kids? Just get out of my sight.
The door slams shut. Footsteps approaching. Clacking as she picks up the phone. Picks the phone back up. Give me just 1 second. Do myself a favor real quick. Sorry about that. There's nothing better than some heartfelt bonding between siblings. How glad I am that I'm the only child.
Hey, Anon, you still there?
She's much more calm than before. Is it like that every day at your house? I asked after a moment. She snorts.
Only when Riley decides to be a stupid little shit. Which is often.
She grumbles a long list of curses under her breath, amongst which little Trigger finds itself unsurprisingly often. She's on the edge. Wonder if her mom doesn't give a shit, or if she's so busy working her ass off to put food on the table to find time to take care of her daughter. From the attitude Trish wore on her sleeves for the whole semester, and her comments about her, I assume it's a mixture of both. Add to it the shitty, cocky hood rat behavior her brother proudly shows off, and you have the gist of a family situation. What proportions of not caring and being busy to make up her mother's disregard, I can only guess. One thing is certain, that shit ain't healthy. So, I begin. Yeah, no, I'm not in an asylum. It's not that bad. I'm in the psychiatric wing. I pronounce these words with a sardonic smile and in a matching tone. Of the hospital. Shrink will probably start poking at my brain soon. Maybe even today. She swallows.
Might as well be an asylum if you ask me.
Think they'll let you have... I think that was supposed to be... might as well be an asylum if you ask me.
You think they'll let you have visitors?
I grimace. I know what she's suggesting. I also know that Reed wouldn't take kindly to it, but from what Rosa told me, she and the purple salad tosser had spent some time together, just kind of hanging out, and Reed didn't say anything about it. I guess it wouldn't hurt letting her visit me then. I'll see what the doctors say. I scratch my cheek. What, you want to take a gander at a loon? I chuckle grimly.
No, idiot,
she growls, and then she mellows out.
Fuck, I don't know. It's been really fucking hard this whole fucking month. I need someone to talk to. Rose is great, but she doesn't have a lot of time to hang out and read. Well,
She pauses.
you saw how he feels about me.
I shrug. Sure, you can come. If the doctors let anyone see me. Maybe we'll play Boggle in the common room or some shit. And chuckle.
Deal. She says, laughs a little. You're not having any dark thoughts or anything?
She really sounds worried. Weird. Really fucking weird. Hearing worry in her voice while she asks about my well-being. But at the same time, it kind of feels nice. I don't know. It's confusing. I need to think it over. It takes me a moment to come up with an answer that will not scare the shit out of her. No more than I had to deal with before Fang's dad fucked me up, so I managed somehow. I scowl. You know, you should really ask your folks for help. If you don't do something about all this shit fucking you up, you'll snap eventually. To be honest, I'm surprised you haven't already. That makes me chuckle. It's like I told Fang, I'm tougher than I look.
Anon, I'm being serious here. If you don't take this seriously, you yourself could snap like Fang.
I grit my teeth. Blood, bullet holes, body bags. Naomi crumpled in a bloody pile. Nazar slumped against the wall, reaching out to me. Naomi's mom screaming. Ripley cradling Nazar's lifeless body. Fuck. Fang wrecking my apartment. Fang crying while I drunkenly berate her. Fang pulling the trigger after I touch her on the roof. Fang racing towards her doom. Fang clinging to me, crying, bawling, screaming. Fang.
Anon?
Fear and worry in Trish's voice pull me out of the flurry of visions of the last month's events. I blink.
You were muttering?
What? I blink.
You sounded worried. Are you okay?
I grind my teeth. No, I'm not fucking okay. It takes a fuck ton of effort and self-control not to shout. I don't want Mr. Nurse to come in here and drug me up like that schizo chick outside. No matter how much I tighten the leash on my tongue, though, I can't stop the trembling in my voice. The emotions kicked up by her words are choking me back, but somehow I manage not to stutter. I'm not fucking okay. I'm in a loon house, and who knows how long I'm gonna be here. Everything's so fucked. No, Trish, I'm not okay. I honestly can't remember if I ever was. Fuck. I wish Rosa was here. I could really use one of her special hugs right now. Trish swallows hard. I'm sorry. Her voice shivers as if she's about to cry. Is she upset about angering me? Man, this carousel just keeps spinning, huh? Spinning almost as fast as Trish is changing. I'll manage. I rub the side of my head, and after a moment, allow my hand to fall onto my lap. I'll ask my doctor if you can visit. And you ask your dad for help, you hear? From what you said, your mom is hella busy.
Busy, yeah. No idea how busy she is,
She says after a while.
Yes, I will. Thanks, Anon, and don't give up.
Not planning on it. My girl and my possible kid need me. Enough of being a pussy. Time to man up and put on the big boy pants. All the bullshit my beloved father told me. As big a piece of shit he is, he did have some neat ideas rattling around in that bald head of his. Same goes for you, Trish. Her smirk, even though she can't see me. She snorts like a horse.
I may have had a little cry with you, Skinny, but I'm not a weak-ass bitch.
A little cry, huh? I rub my chest. Bruises you gave me tell a completely different story. And those on my back from you grabbing me so hard complete it. And the scratch marks from your horn still haven't fully healed. But I say nothing. She does not need my bullshit right now. Yeah, you aren't. I nod. Asking for help ain't a sign of weakness, though.
Yeah,
She sighs.
well, call me after you talk to your doctors, okay?
Sure. Good luck with those shitlings, Trish. She chuckles.
Thanks. I'll really need it. Bye, Skinny.
Bye, Trike. She hangs up. After setting down the receiver, I sit for a time, staring mindlessly at the wall. Sounds of activity in the common room seep through the doorless door frame. Quiet conversations, shifting footsteps, a laugh, sounds of checkers being moved across the board, the TV telling the amazed loons how their ancestors came to be. I look over my shoulder,
That schizo chick is still sitting in the same chair as before. Wonder if she was at school on the day of the shooting and that finally broke her, or if she snapped on her own and her ending up here had nothing to do with Fang. Come to think of it, there was always another girl with her. Trudon, I think. Pale. Very light gray. Almost white, actually. Freckles, yellow hair, yellow eyes. There was something wrong with her too, now that I think about it. Maybe that's what got those two together. Those mental quirks they share. She wasn't nearly as far gone as the redhead, but was awfully silent. I think I asked her for directions once, and she spoke so quietly that I had to lean in real close to be able to hear her. Oh God, I hope she wasn't hurt during Fang's spree. She wasn't bothering anyone. What if she was... No. Stop. Don't fucking dwell on thoughts like this. You wanna have another episode? Maybe you'll bite your finger off this time. An express ticket to Block B. They'll put you in a straitjacket and you'll never leave. Some couple you and Fang will make, a loon and a convict, both locked up for life. Calm down. Stamp out this fire. Deep breaths. In, out. In, out, in, out. Stifle that hurricane. And we're calm now. I get up. Might as well strike up a conversation with her. A familiar face is a familiar face, after all. Even if it is only familiar in passing. I don't think I'll be able to make friends with the other crazies around here. Not only are they strangers, they're insane. I don't feel like befriending someone who may stab my eyes out in the middle of a mindless tantrum. She's so fucked up on meds that that's a low possibility. And if she doesn't want to talk, as fucked up on sedatives as she is, then we'll just sit in silence and stare at the wall or some shit like that. Choices of entertainment in this fine establishment are severely limited. Try to socialize, it'll help you. Has helped me so far. Let's keep this train going. I leave the phone booth and walk over to where Wendy is sitting. Nod at James, and he returns the nod. I give an asking look at Wendy. He looks me up and down, and after a moment's consideration, nods again.
If she tells you to leave her alone, please do, okay?
He whispers to me.
Wendy's been through a traumatic event recently.
Oh, fuck. So she has been there. Can't even fucking imagine what witnessing something like this did to her. With how unstable she already was. Of course. I sit next to her. She doesn't react. At first, at least. She's sitting there like a zombie, swaying softly as if she was tipsy, staring at the window with slightly glassy eyes. When she does finally take notice of me, she slowly turns her head and gives me a long, absent-minded look. I endure it. This look of her ruby eyes, which carry enough fire to burn the whole hospital down. Sedatives may have gotten hold of her body, but they sure as hell didn't reach her mind.
You're that guy, she mutters slowly. That guy from school.
Her speech isn't slurred, as I expected from all the meds she's pumped up with. I can clearly distinguish each word, but the words are dragged out slightly, which makes them sound as if she has to force them out. Who knows, maybe that is exactly the case. I decide to keep my answers brief. I hope I don't confuse her that way. Yes, I'm that guy.
Yeah, the human guy. You were with them. That tarot girl? Yes,
She nods slowly to herself.
You're her boyfriend, right?
Yes, it's me.
Why'd she do it? You know what I mean. The thing at school, after you people had the prom?
How the hell do I answer that? Who knows how much it fucked her up with how unstable she already was beforehand. Should I avoid the question? Should I be honest? Fuck. James, that orderly is looking at me right now as if he wanted to say something. To interrupt me. I ain't having it. So I interrupt myself. I don't want to talk about it. Better safe than sorry.
Why?
She asks immediately after I'm done speaking, almost cutting into my sentence. She doesn't sound angry, confused, or even curious. But I think it's the meds keeping her in check. That numbing mist, which I know somewhat well, doesn't reach her eye, though. There's a question in it. Almost an accusation. That tempest of something. Something even the strongest of sedatives can't stamp out. I've seen it. I was after. She is silent for a long time. A very long time. Not fully. She mutters to herself non-stop, but so quiet on the brink of hearing that she may as well have been silent. I glance at the clock. Almost a whole 10 minutes of silence.
So, you know, the feeling. It's bad, isn't it?
She more states as a fact than asks with that last sentence. I nod, rubbing my jaw with the top of my hand. It's fucking terrible. Been biting at me the whole month. I tell her. She gives a weak, barely noticeable nod.
Like a cat or like a dog or a cat chewing through you, biting down. Mm-hmm.
Tempest dies down a little.
Makes you want to end it. Yes, end it. Yes.
I almost start, almost twitch, almost fucking recoil. I tense up slightly to stop myself from doing any of the three. I don't want to scare her, but she's right. Fuck, she is so right. Yeah, I nod. Like a cat.
Finally, someone who gets it. How it feels. How you think about it.
She mumbles.
They say I'm crazy for thinking that. You don't look crazy, yet you think that. You're here, and are you crazy?
I hope I'm not. Look at her.
Hope. Mm-hmm. Yes. Hope. Good thing to have. Yes. Mm-hmm. I hope so too. Yes.
What do you hope for?
To be let out soon. Free. Meet with Judy as much as I want. Not just 2 hours a day.
Judy. That must be the name of the Trudon chick she's been hanging out with all the time. I decide not to pursue that train of thought, as Wendy's eyes again look at me with accusation. I see. I too hope they let me out soon. I hang my head and look down onto the floor.
To be with her? That girl? The terror from school?
Could already be with her if I had let her. No, what the fucking hell is wrong with you, you stupid fucked up retarded spurgoid? She's alive. Alive. You fucking saved her. Don't ever think you've made a mistake that day. I can feel my face tensing up. Calm down. Don't startle her. I may have started to live with what happened, but to her, it might as well have happened yesterday. Don't be so hard on yourself. I hear that from you again, Conscience. You saved her. That's what matters. Debating what ifs and could have beens only mess up your head. You're right. Thanks. Yes. To be with her.
I hope you can. Be with her. I mean, be with her and be happy. Yes, happy. She needs someone to make her happy, so she doesn't do something like this again. She doesn't hurt herself and others.
You aren't angry with her? Another long period of silence lasting about 10 minutes, from how the hands of the clock moved in the meantime. She suddenly burst into a hasty, quiet ramble, the words spilling out of her fast that I can barely follow what she's saying.
She was hurt badly by someone. Why would she do that if she wasn't? You have to be hurt really bad to do something like this. The pain can make you do things.
She isn't looking at me anymore, but at the windows opposite of us.
Yes, bad things, very bad things. I know how she feels. There's pain in the mind. It hurts really bad. I hope she can be happy with you. You saved her, so you must love her.
I hesitate. Don't cry. Don't shiver. Control yourself and don't be emotional, or they'll sedate you as well and you'll be sitting alongside her, two zombies mumbling to themselves. Though, it's kind of hard to hold it all back. This warmth, this despair, sadness, anger, expectancy. So, I let it out a little by little. A twitch of the hand, a sigh, shift of the foot. Wendy does not react, nor does she attempt to force anything out of me. She only mumbles incomprehensibly, while I try to get my emotions under control. Yes, I slowly nod. Yes, I do.
Yes,
She mumbles.
where's she now?
What should I say? Should I just be honest? Who knows how she'll react? I don't really know how she will react. She may be sedated to hell and back, but hearing the truth about where Fang has ended up may set her off on a tantrum. I'd be the one to blame. I don't know enough about her to trust myself. I better play it safe. She's locked up like us. Not here. I add when she turns her head to me, a hint of curiosity joining in the red storm. In a different hospital. She nods.
Good. She'll get help. She needs help. All three of us need help, yes. Mm-hmm.
She nods again.
They say I'm crazy. Orderlies and doctors, but I'm not. It's just in my head. There are like shards that hurt me, like glass, yes. It's like pieces of glass stuck in my brain. Yes. They don't let me think right.
I rub the back of my head, then look down at my hospital slippers. Huh. Shards of glass stuck in the brain. What an analogy. Really fucking fitting for how I've felt about Fang since Fang went on a killing spree. Ripley fucking with me shoved in more such shards. That's why my mind bursted like a balloon. I have shards in my brain too, I mutter. She only nods. I look up at her. She's looking at me. There's an inkling of understanding glimmering somewhere in the Tempest now. Camaraderie between crazies. Loons together. Strong. We spend an hour or so just talking, mumbling between ourselves. No one bothers us. No one really seems to care. James steals a glance or two at us, but seeing how well we're getting along, he says nothing. I ask her about the puppet club, what she did there with Judy, and if they already had any plays, either at school or somewhere else. That puts her more at ease. The red inferno dies down as she begins to share little anecdotes about her and her friend. All kinds of little stories. About writing scripts, sewing puppets, goofing off, or just hanging out of school. It's clear from all those stories that Judy's a sweet girl, and a very good friend. For a moment I wonder, maybe they're more than friends. I shake that thought off. Stop. Not your place to pry, not your place to probe her about it. Whatever the case is, good for them too. It's a real shame that I never struck up a convo with either of them back before this shit came crashing down on all of us. I was too busy with Fang, Reed, Trish, my own bullshit. Maybe if I got my head out of my ass, maybe, if I did try talking to either, things may have turned out differently for all of us. Who knows? Maybe we'd all be pals. Puppet pals.
Wendy?
She looks away from me, and towards an orderly standing in the door to the common room.
You have a visitor. Come.
Her face lights up a little. Judy? I ask. She nods. Well, go and see her, Wendy. I nod with a smile. Nice talking to you.
You too.
As she walks out of the corridor, someone else comes in. Hey, it's that guy who's been scribbling. The one I've seen earlier. Lillian Sternus, I think. Dark orange, short dino guy with long, crested snout, long tail, and surprisingly toned arms. He looks around with a measure of reluctance and hostility. He's clutching the sheet he's been writing on quite tightly. Paper's starting to get crumpled up. As he walks past me, I can hear him mumble to himself. Work of life. No one cares, of course. Tell me it's madness, but it's not. He stops near me and looks at me. He's surprised. He keeps staring at me, unmoving as still as a statue. I shift in my seat and bring my head low to avoid his eyes. Why the hell is he staring at me like that? I get that I'm the only human in the whole ward, but come on, I'm not a natural history museum exhibit. Fuck, I feel like my first day of school here.
Alexei, don't bother other patients, please.
James comes to my rescue. I'm sorry. His shivers shift as he turns to the orderly. But a human here? Surprising. There's no hostility in his voice, like I saw in his eyes. Only curiosity.
He's here because he needs help like you, James replies. How's your manuscript coming along?
He asks with a great degree of sympathy.
No, you'll laugh at me?
Alex scoffs.
I'm not telling. I want to know, really.
Someone's unhinged ramblings are truly an interesting topic for discussion. If you're writing a case study, that is.
I cannot get past the first page.
Alexei sits next to me. I glance over at the manuscript. It's written entirely in Russian. Though, even if I could read moon runes, I don't think I would be able to make out much of those, since they're squeezed so tightly together. This thing may as well have been the code tablet from a beautiful mind. That's how legible it is. What's it about? I asked, nodding at the paper. Let's change the voice a little bit. Story of a writer wronged by his country, he proudly states. James leans in.
Please don't enable his behavior.
Enable? Ha! You stupid, ignorant man. Alexei scoffs at James. He is first to ask me that. All you tell me is that my work is madness. Have you tried reading it? Dr. Candace... Wait. Okay, so this is James.
Dr. Candace showed me the translation.
Alexei perks up. And what do you think? James pauses for a moment.
It's unique.
Alexei scoffs, shakes his head at the orderly, and looks at me. See, what else can you expect from someone who wipes the asses of madmen for a living? James rolls his eyes. Something tells me that exchange of similar sorts are a common occurrence between these two. He shakes his head at the Ruski, then goes away to stop one of the drugged-up crazies from wandering out of the room, out of the common room. Alexei glares at me, gets up, and leaves. He walks over to the trash can, into which he throws his work, then goes to sit by the TV. I cock my brow. Man, some people over here are really fucking weird. I mean, that's to be expected since this is a loon house, but I didn't expect to experience such a wide spectrum of mental illness within less than half an hour. From a schizoid but nice chick to a weirdo Russian hyper-fixated on his own ramblings. This next couple of months will be very interesting. I spent some time just sitting about in my chair, watching the other crazies go about their business. It's fun. Almost like being in a zoo, watching different kinds of animals in a controlled environment. Entertainment at its finest. The scribbling weirdo comes and goes, every time returning with a fresh sheet of paper, covered in tightly packed chicken scratchings. A pair of sleepy-looking taros argue over a game of checkers. An elderly raptor woman, with very small and fragile looking, roams around the room, singing quietly to herself with a senile look on her face. Another raptor sits by the bookshelf, pretending to read a book. His eyes dart around the room, full of suspicion, his face rigid with paranoia. They're tweaking slightly. I could sit and watch these people all day. Wendy sits down next to me, which startles me a little. I didn't see her or hear her coming, way too occupied with my observation of the most exquisite specimen of the mental instability this fine city has to offer. I do wonder how many more such specimens roam the streets of Volcadera, waiting for their turn to be ground up into a slow-turning mill of its mental health care system.
I told Judy about you. She remembers you from school. Yes, she remembers you nodding at her every time you passed her in the corridor.
She starts mumbling without a word of warning.
She thinks you're a nice person. I think so too. You're a cool guy, I think.
She rubs her eyes. Exactly call myself cool? Far from it. I'm a loser amongst the losers. Piece of shit, a speciesist bastard, and now I'm apparently a companion in ear to whisper to of a schizophrenic girl who just happened to take a liking to me. Don't actually mind that last one too much. It's nice to be able to talk to someone. Thanks, I nodded her. And how was the visit?
It was good. Yes, good. We had fun. Yes, we had fun.
She replies.
She told me about what happened to you. The whole thing with the police. It's awful. Really awful that they did this to you.
She rubs the tip of her snout and looks at me without turning her head. The hurricane in her eyes flares up for a second, and then she zones out as sedatives overwhelm her. During that short period, she's completely still and silent, both in speech and movements. She then continues her quiet rant as if nothing had happened.
The commissioner. He's your girl's dad, Yes. They have the same last name, so they have to be related.
Her head twitches softly.
Awful person. Yeah, really awful. Awfully awful. I hope he goes to prison for what he did. Yes. Judy told me he lost his job. She saw it on the TV.
Ripley lost his job? I expected him to be demoted for what he pulled, but not this. Thought this shit show would be much bigger than I thought. Thanks, Judy, you stone-colored oddball. She say anything about my girl?
No.
Wendy slowly shakes her head. She grunts a little, as if this little gesture required an ungodly amount of effort.
We don't talk about her much. Yes. What she did. This awfully awful thing. We don't like to talk about it. Yes.
She says, a stifled sigh.
And what about you? Were you just sitting here and watching others?
I nod. The TV's occupied and I don't really feel like reading. Leaves me very few options. She grumbles something, lets out a long-winded rant under her breath and casts a wide, sweeping glance encompassing the whole room. The flame in her eyes flares up as she sinks deeper and deeper into her own mutterings.
The food they give us is bad, bitter. I think they had something to it. Meds probably. Yes, meds. They keep us all calm.
Is it lunchtime already?
Not yet. It's not 2 in the afternoon. Yes. It's not time for us to eat. And not time for us to take meds.
She turns her head to me.
Did you take your meds?
I snort softly, reminded of all the memes I saw pertaining to this subject. I nod at the door. She looks there. There he is, the misunderstood genius, back with the manuscript. And there it goes, straight into the trash can. I hadn't, but that guy could use a dose, I mutter. How long has he been here for, I wonder? Wendy twitches. She zones out for a short moment, then speaks up.
He's been here before me. Yes. He's been here before me. From what the others say, he's been here for a long time. Yes. For a long, long time.
I grimace. Whatever. Who cares about that loon? I got myself a friend. She's a weirdo and a schizo, but she's kinda nice. Hey, Wendy.
Yes.
I like you. The small, barely noticeable smile lights up her snout. Maybe the stay here won't be so bad. The very next day, I'm sitting by the breakfast table, munching on the hospital slop along with the rest of my comrades in misery. On my lunch platter, I find medication. Yum yum, pills for dessert. It's probably some mix of sedatives and brain pills, none of which I recognize since I'm neither a psychiatrist or a pharmacist, nor do I care to recognize. I swallowed them all without complaining. Do what they say, little man, you'll be out of here quicker. How do you find the ward so far, Anon? I look up from the empty platter and towards the speaker. Stock Jones. Hadn't noticed him coming up to me. I cast a wide, sweeping glance over my surroundings. My eyes land on Wendy for a moment before I turn them back to the good doctor. It's been fine. Think I made a friend. He smiles, fiddling with his pen in his pocket. Who is it? Her name's Wendy. I scratch my chin. We went to school together. He nods. He looks at me attentively for a moment before nodding at the door. I get up and, after returning the platter to the cook, follow him out of the mess hall and down the corridor. We swivel around a bend and walk until we find a quiet spot by the window, near the staff offices. He leans on the windowsill and stares at the small hospital park below. I do the same. We stay like this for a while, not saying or doing anything, just enjoying the peace and quiet of the place. A shrink passes by from time to time, carrying documentation or a document pad. Doc Candace passes us by at one point. She nods at Evan, who returns the nod. Finally, he turns his head to me. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the same attentive look on his face as he had when Rosa mentioned Trish, with an added drop of curiosity. Trisha called me half an hour ago. I nod. He keeps talking. She told me she wants to go to therapy. Asked me if I can convince her mother that she needs it. All three of us need it. Me, Reed, Trish. All for different reasons. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up being ward pals soon. Hell, maybe Wendy will help us set up a puppet show for the lunatics haunting these bright halls. Fuck, that's some mental image. Yeah? I agreed. Turns back to the window. Did you play a part in this? I shrug. Nothing to be ashamed of. Maybe. I pause. She's so fucking lonely, Doc. It's sad as fuck. Reed cut her off after what she did. They were good friends beforehand. I squeeze my chin. I'm no psychologist, but if she keeps going like this, she'll end up snapping and hurting either herself or someone else. I look at him. I can't fucking let that happen again, Doc. I don't like your daughter, I'll be honest. He only nods. I continue, often pausing to consider my words. From the first time we talked, she was confrontational, angry, and pushy. She hated my guts even though I didn't do shit to provoke her. And I guess the feeling was mutual, but fuck, I don't know. I shake my head. I can't hold a grudge forever, no? I smirk. I don't want to see her so sad again, Doc. He stands up straight. Huh? Was it something I said? What do you mean? He turns to me. She wasn't sad when I saw her leave your room this week. He narrows his eyes. Annoyed, yes. Angry, maybe. But not sad. Fuck. Shit. God damn it, my big fucking mouth betrays me again. She must have avoided him somehow that morning. And when she left with Rosa later, she was calm and even smiling a little. Fuck it. Honesty is the best policy, and besides, he's staring at me if I had something to do with his daughter's gloomy mood. I ain't having it, Doc. I didn't do shit to your girl. So I tell him about the letter and Trish's reaction to it, and how I dealt with it. It surprises him. Quite a lot, actually. Not her reaction, but what I did after. He was probably expecting me to be much more of an asshole with her, I think. I don't blame him for that, especially remembering how my well thought out comment that pissed him off so much. Maybe if something like this happened like 2 months ago, I would totally demolish Trish. Laugh at her, point fingers, mock her. But, fuck, I don't know. I changed, I think. Trish said so at least. Maybe she's right. I don't feel any different. She didn't say anything about this. He turns back toward the window. She should have. Well, I'm a father. She should tell me things like this. The intricacies of relations between a father and child always eluded me. Must be my severe lack of experience.
Ah, there you are, Anon.
I look over my shoulder. Doc Candace has returned, and she's back with reinforcements in the form of another medical specialist.
Meet Dr. Violet. She'll be your therapist.
I look her over. She's a tall, lean parasaur. Blonde, dark gray scales, green eyes, lab coat.
Come with me, please.
She nods at me.
We will start your first session.
Well, no time like the present. I nod at Doc Jones and follow Violet down the corridor. Let's see how much fun it is having your brains probed for mental illness. And that is the end of chapter 9. Let's go! We got to the psych ward, baby! Yeah! Scroll through the comments real quick here. I want you guys to know that when we started getting like references and stuff in the chapter, like the co-op stuff, my eyes always like flash over. And when we saw Judy, I was like, or not Judy, when we saw fucking Wendy, I was flicking over. I'm like, oh, chat's about to pop off. And then the chat freaking out when they were like, wait, is Judy dead? Is Judy dead? That was good. That was good. Good chapter. Good chapter. The references there didn't feel like they were forced or anything. They made sense in there. I could appreciate it. The co-op one was a little bit of like a, you got him. GVH sucks, right? And now that I play GVH, I can appreciate that. GVH does suck. Even better than that, but I wouldn't mind seeing Schizo Sage. There's hair in my phone case and I don't know how to feel about not noticing it before. Oof. Pull that shit out. I want to say this again. In this story, the mics are sensitive as hell, or Anna is hyper autistic enough to hear or assume when people are doing over the phone. Yeah, it seems like they pick up pretty fucking well, don't they? Does anyone know where else smells like assumptions fueled by bitterness? Judy, my beloved. I'm scared. Maybe Judy got hurt. Oh no, oh no. Judy got put in a mental ward and Schizo tried to bust her out of the wrong ward. My guess, anyway. Oh, thank God she's fine. I'm assuming we're going to see more of Alexei during these future chapters as well. Which is, I'm glad it changed his voice. It's more distinct for me. I can remember it easier. Caveman and on. That sounds another chapter. Mine precious. One hell of a way to end. I killed 30 Monolith in a wave defense mission. Got my Saiga ecologist theme too. Like it was destined for me. For you, sire. Holds it out. And you got the end of a chapter as well. Really good. There'll be a bit more reference to the GVH comic. Let's go. Hey GVH, it's time for your daily dick flattening. Yeah, GVH sucks ass. Desperately wish GVH was better, man. Desperately wish GVH was better. But that said, we got 2 chapters in today, fellas. We're making steady progress through this. We're working on chapter 10 now. Chapter 29 released, let's see here. 19th, that'd have been 4 days ago. With the current pace we're going, hopefully this should be wrapped up by the time we get to the end. And we won't be having to pause or anything. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? There will be one cringe part in the upcoming chapters. Let's go! I love cringe! Cringe is my favorite! I subsist off that shit. I actually don't. I fucking hate cringe. I think I've said it on stream before, but like, whenever like somebody has like a cringe compilation type deal, I can't watch that shit. I have to turn away or like I have to mute things. Like if there's a cringe moment in a movie, I kind of just have to like look away for a minute and be like, oh, this doesn't exist, just move on. I feel cringe very acutely. With Anon's parents, unless the author rewritten it yet. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, because we haven't even talked to Anon's parents. I would assume at some point they would at least fucking, I don't know, call? Yeah, we did it. Wonder if Co-op would actually entertain a GVH too, just because they keep pumping merch out. No, because it's up to the viewers to determine if the meteor actually hit. That would be them telling if the meteor hit. I can't do that. Or I guess what they could do technically is just follow a different group of people during this whole thing. And I don't know, take it more seriously. That could be interesting. Wouldn't have SG without it though. Yeah. Don't get it wrong. I can appreciate GVH for what it birthed, but it as a game, it's not great. Could have done way better. To be honest, I kind of wish it was worse. It's more on the low side as is. It's getting worse. Might make it funny at least. Yeah. Like that's the thing about GVH that fucking blows so bad. It's bad, but it's like it isn't like it's so bad it was unsalvageable. You know what I mean? You could have done something with it, and I've said it before. That's what pisses me off the most, man. They could have done so good with it, but they fucked it all. Cringe does psychic damage to Mr. Creamer. It does. I think I have like a fucking weakness to cringe. You know what I mean? It does double damage to me. Also, updates to the fic will continue in June. Okay. That makes sense. That cringe doesn't take that long to wrap up, at least. True. It's not super cringe, but the author did mention in some... Oh, we're talking about... I thought we were talking about GVH. I mean, I know that took me like 3 streams, but I mean, I was streaming, so... It's not super cringe, but the author did mention in some comments that he doesn't like that part anymore and said that he was planning to change it in the future. Well, hopefully... we can get the rewrite before then. By the way, please give a hard Middle West accent to Anon's dad. I'll try to remember that. I'll try to remember that. I agree, cringe kind of makes me feel weird. There's some people that can eat up like cringe and they love the fuck out of it. They're like, oh, look at that cringe idiot. Yeah. Like my buddy Alexis, he can fucking watch cringe and be all about it. I'm sitting there, I'm like, no, don't show me this. Cringe is psych damage in general. But some people are like fucking resistant to it. I don't know how. Can't wait for 10 chapters of Anon making a crack team of other patients in the ward to bust out. Wouldn't that be a fucking twist? Just becomes a fucking drama where they're like, we gotta get Wendy, get Alexi, we gotta bust out of here. We're not gonna get held back anymore. No more medicine with our lunch.
Is it NTS time, Mr. Streamer? Fuck, why do I not know what NTS stands for right now? Why does my brain not work? Tell us the cringe part. No, that'd be spoilers. Man, cringe, no. No reason whatsoever. Cringe makes me go cringe. It's like cringe sympathetics.
Guys, I'm an empath. You need to understand.
Just need it. On bright side, Wendy and Judy. Yeah, it's cool that we got them. I'm glad. It's nice that they're pulling in some characters from like some fan stuff. It's really neat. Wendy and Judy are completely fan characters, right? They aren't like mentioned or shown at any point in GVH or Snoot, correct? The fact that you cringe at stuff means you used to be cringe, but you changed and grew as a person. Oh yeah, no, I can pinpoint moments in my life where I was cringe. Like if somebody showed me something from the past and been like, this you, I'd been like, yeah, that was cringe. Shouldn't have done that. Then the chamber takes on a new meaning if you call psych wards chambers. Does that mean we're all gonna get out? Are we gonna make it? Nothing to something. Okay. I don't know. Was that in? Hold up, because I've had polls in the past for this. Let me check real quick. Let's see. Was none in the chamber on? Or not none in the chamber. Nothing to something. Yeah, nothing to something was on the list. It was I think it ranked number 5 on the types of or on the longer stories that people wanted. So at some point we'll probably get to it. It'll be a little while though. It'll be a little while. Some people never grow out of cringe. They were born in it, molded by it. Judy and Schizo are a fan, but very beloved. True. They are very beloved. I love them. Yeah, I don't know how some people can thrive in the cringe like that. It's crazy. Now that we're reading None in the Chamber, everything else is going to be a downgrade. I don't want to go into like other ones with that mentality, hopefully. Hopefully I can still like distinguish them and appreciate them for what they are. Just popping in to say hi. My ass was asleep. Hope the reading was good. Yep, reading went good, Jake. We got through 2 chapters. We're just doing a little bit of decompression right now before we end off stream. We just embrace them. Oh fuck my edgelord phase. Everybody had at least some part of an edgelord phase. And if you say you didn't, you're either a liar or you're a fucking anomaly. You did big read, Mr. Cream. You deserve to come hang out to the voice with us after. Yeah, I'll probably pop in there for a little while. Don't know how long I'll stay because I might get pulled elsewhere. But we'll see. We'll see. Because the mod was good. Yeah, Puppet Pals was great. The band. Come on, like that one has persisted. that bit from Puppet Pals has persisted in the streams. Isn't Schizo in the art book? Is Schizo in the art book? I'd have to relook at the art book to check that. May as well hang around for it. During my junior year of high school, I started wearing a big mobster pea coat and slicking my hair back. That was my edgy phase. Okay, so cards on the table. I convinced my mom to buy me a trench coat at one point. I never really wore it, but I had it. It might have been for a costume for Halloween, though, so that might have been my justification. But I did look at it and say, dude, trench coat's so cool. Dude, I like that thing. Broken Wings was good. Broken Wings has its issues. If you appreciate Broken Wings, that's good. I'm glad that people can appreciate things for what they are. For me, its pacing was off, and it got a little too hopium at the end. But if you liked it, that's cool. Is Naomi and Mia related, or is it all just fan theory? Points to Artiv. He would probably have a better understanding than I do, since he's all about them. But as far as I understand, it is like fanon that they are related. However, it's never confirmed. I like how Anomaly's enemies try to sneak up on you. Yeah, those motherfuckers are real slippery. If you say that about how stories will feel after reading this, it's a good thing I'm completely okay with eating lower quality content. I think I remember she was supposed to be a joke character made up to explain one of the story's screw-ups. Okay. I think Schizo Anon turned into Schizo-chan or something.
I don't know SG's history too well, but that might be what that's about. The trench coat art. Look, trench coats look good. Don't let the school snooters dissuade you from rocking a trench coat. As long as you're not edge maxing, you can pair a trench coat with other clothes and look fine. Well, here's the thing. I just don't drip max. That's the issue. I just wear like the most that I would say I look cool in and I like is that like when it gets like deeper into the winter, I'll have like some like thin fit like black gloves that are supposed to help with keeping your hands just a little bit warmer while also not being like burdensome. A nice leather jacket and some jeans with a good white shirt. I think I pulled that off pretty well. But other than that, it's not like I'm out here trying to accessorize much. Though, funny enough, I was the kind of person back in the day that never thought I was going to wear any jewelry. Nowadays, I have a necklace on all the time, and usually when I go out, I have a small like bracelet and 2 rings that I wear. And if you were to ask me would I be wearing that back in the day, I would have told you probably not. But it's just pieces that I've gotten over time from gifts and whatnot, and they've just kind of stuck with me. That means you appreciate 500 is 500. It does what it's trying to do. That's what I'll say. It's not that they're bad, but none the chamber's just too good compared to everything else. Like one of the patches had E3 Fang say she lost her V card or something before Anon leaves for the war. Oh. Hot Topic trip pants and edge punk goth free t-shirts and hoodies. Fuck, man. Trench coats are cool, but they have a stigma around them. It's like whenever you wear a trench coat, you're sharing the blood, sweat, and tears with all the fedora-wearing, katana-wielding cringe lords. I think I had a fedora at one point. Guys, I think I had a fedora at one point. I didn't wear it out in public, though. You can rest assured I didn't do that, though. I think I just had it. Never dressed edgy, more homeless chic, but I used to take really edgy photos of myself, and I still wake up in the middle of the night screaming about it. Me and Naomi are sisters in fan canon, and I don't think it will ever be canon. Naomi is still co-op's IP. Mm-hmm. Trench coats are also make really good funeral coats for winter. That tracks. Trench coat is easy to pull off. Just say you're doing your best, your best Postal Dude cosplay. Postal on stream when? Question mark? Homeless chick for life. The homeless strip kind of goes hard sometimes. I'll be honest. Trench coat, black sweater, slacks, dress shoes, good funeral wear without looking excessively fancy or spending a lot on a suit. I haven't had a lot of funerals that I went to be honest. But the last one that I went to, my brother, it was kind of funny. I have the photo of it somewhere. He was wearing his leather jacket, and like since he had like more of like a dress shirt on underneath and everything, we went and got him Starbucks because he wanted some fucking coffee in the morning. We just needed to move, so we went through the drive-thru, got him a fucking coffee, and as we got out, as we got out of the car to go into the fucking funeral house or whatever, I took a look at him, and he was holding his coffee with one hand in his pocket, and he looked like a fucking like a detective out on the scene of a crime, tired and just like, all right, let's get this shit over with. And I always chuckle thinking about it. I think it's canon the same way Snoot is canon, where we have Lucy mentioned. Yes, you're a closeted cringe lord. I have abandoned my cringe. I am aware of my history of cringe, but I have left it behind. Fuck, so did I. Fucking suit bullshit. Wish it was, but there's still a layer of separation with Lucy at least. Oh, no, saying you ain't so. Schizo is in the asylum because she helped Fang do the snooting. Wild. Now, if you saw me on the streets, you would think that I'm homeless. Also, Amber, you guys know how I dress, Florida retiree maxing. And you know what, Jake? You rock it. You rock it, brother. Or she started eating the bodies. Don't let Schizo eat the freaking bodies. I like the moments in the story, by the way, where like Anon starts bleeding, and then fucking Reed's eyes just kind of go, oh, oh, hungry, want food. Unless they're creating not co-op Naomi Moretti. I don't think they'll take the risk while having a cig in one hand. My guess is they won't touch that topic anytime soon. Carno brain rots. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to describe it, I suppose. I had a friend who wore a fedora, and let's say we are no longer friends. Fedoras just have that stank to them, you know what I mean? Like, you could probably make a fedora work, but like, Still have my trench coat from my old job doing security. It's so nice. It's like those police trench coats, but mine is actually warm and nice. Yeah, like Jake said, you can make a trench coat work. I just would need to like actually like think about like my fashion choices if I was going to try to do something like that. Connoisseur's wife would be a mention. Dude, I'm sure some of you have seen it, but like the E4 bimbofication or whatever that Naomi like was like had concept art of. Holy shit, I'm glad they didn't do that. Holy shit. That would have been terrible. That'd have been atrocious. Looks like a coked out hobbit in middle school. Oh. Clearing the old throat. Pretty sure the pic of me stuffed in my friend's GF's trench coat is still somewhere in the Discord. Someone go find that now! Someone post that? Oh, that art. I think somebody posted it in the fucking snooting up recently. How do you get in a situation to use a fedora? It's like one of the NYPD trench coats. Schnazzy. Imagine World War I makes Caveman enough money to buy all the rights to GVH from Co-op and we can get official Snoop merch. That'll forever be a dream, though. I'm sure if, like, Co-op was like, hey, you want the rights? Give us money. And then Caveman was like, hey, guys, you want to crowdfund buying the rights to GVH? They could probably pull it off. There'd probably be enough people that are like, yes, I want my Fang plush now! I could see it working. They'd have to be willing to sell the rights, though, which I don't think they're going to fucking do. Even though they have a mid-ass game. They would use 4chan autism to make it work. Exactly. They would be able to fucking work that out. I'd have two Fang plushies then. How's your Fang plush treating you, by the way, Twisted? We get a little bit of an update on that? Posted that Bimbo Naomi for you. Alright, let me pull it up. Doing God's work, brother. Doing God's work. Yeah, for anybody who was curious what... Thank you, Artif. For anybody who was curious what the bimbofication of Naomi would have looked like in E4, here you go. Yeah, we dodged a bullet with that one. But yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen. Yeah, considering the beef between Co-op and Caveman, I don't see that happening in a gorillion years. Yeah, unfortunate as it is. I'm imagining a Fang plushie in a jar. Don't put the fucking Fang plushie in a fucking jar, you freaks. Don't give me the ability to own an accurate Fang plush. Yo, could we get like a beta Fang plush? Pretty good so far. I don't manhandle it or anything though, so I don't know how much I can be used as a durability test. Well, you don't want to manhandle the fucking Fang. You handle the Fang gently. Ah, what the fuck? It's hideous. 50% hope that my mind forgets that part. El Diablo. I'm literally not sell it or try to sell it with super overpriced. Those lips, goddamn. Some of you are irredeemable. Life-size Fang plush. Buh. How tall is Fang? Just asking for a friend. Can't believe you have that as your Discord profile pic. 50% that someone on the internet would do it. You cherish and protect the Snoop. Unless you're fucking Jake, in which case maybe not. Absolute filth. At least the Karen version looks normal. I could see 40-year-old Naomi actually looking like that. Yeah, I guess so. Mios Dios. Fang body pillow. Need to use something that's perfect. Not tall enough. Nah, give me a 1-to-1, a 1-to-fucking-1 Tracy plush now. Dragon, my guy. Brother, do I have a Tracy posting role? did I add one of those roles to the server? Hold up a sec. Is Tracy here? I don't have a Tracy. You know what? Hold up a sec. Roles. Create role. Tracy posting. Or Tracy poster. There we go. We'll use like this color for right now. Easy peasy. Actually, no. This one. Okay, there we go. Tracy poster. Drag this up to like... Yeah, wait, that's the same color as the Rosa posters. Okay, wait. Darken the Rosa posters. There we go. Easy. Alright, where's Dragon? Grab the guy. Attach. There we go. At least I think that's Dragon. It doesn't tell me the whole name because I'm in fucking streamer mode. Tracy plush, would it smell like hot dogs? You could just like boil some hot dog water and then pour it on the plush. I'm sure that'd work, right? In terms of the bimbo Naomi, one man's trash is another man's Gluck Gluck 3000. Heinous. Absolutely heinous. Tracy needs her game done, to be honest. It got shelved and died. Give us the Tracy game now. Don't give them any more power. Unlimited hot dog power. Better start Tracy posting now. Yeah, you gotta do God's work, buddy. Have fun with that. Have fun with this new mantle you have been given. Alright, fellas. I think it's about time for me to go ahead and wrap up shop. Stretch my legs. Stretch my arms. Stretch my whole fucking body. Good stream. Good stream. Like I said at the beginning of stream, there's a chance that I'm not streaming tomorrow, depending on how long things go on my end. I had some plans with some friends to watch some Smiling Friends shit. Really catch up with what's currently out. I don't know if we're doing anything after that. If there is going to be a stream, it'll probably be a bit later than we usually do. Though if I'm not free by a certain point, I'll just drop a notification in the Discord about there being no stream tomorrow. So if there's a stream tomorrow, it'll probably be like just us fucking around and doing stuff. Maybe like a gorilla stream. Maybe it'll be disco. If I'm not live tomorrow, we will be back on Friday. Likely going to be disco, but as always, there's a chance for something else. We'll see what happens. So if I'm not here tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Friday. Anybody who's in chat, be lurking otherwise. Hope you had a good time watching. Hope you have a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is for you. And I'll see you when I see you. Until then, take care.